Okay, well, I am here, but I don't see Miami in the studio. Oh, there he is. He just walked in. Miami, you there?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome everyone. This is another episode of DWE Radio, the radio that's not on the radio. This is episode 15, Pipe Bomb. Welcome to the episode of DWE Radio. I am your host, Miami the Great. I am here with my beautiful co-host, the final boss baby CFO. We're going to talk about a lot of SmackDown, Raw, the big controversy that's been on. We're 7 days away from WrestleMania, final boss. So we're really close. The bill has not been great, so we will definitely get into that. We'll definitely get into a lot of for today. If you're new here, welcome. I am your host. You are either on my X page, which is Miami the Great 305, or you are on the Talk It Up podcast page that you see down below strolling. Please give those pages a follow. Please give my co-host a follow too. Hopefully soon she will be getting that blue check soon. So y'all can go follow her, and she will be also on live here with us too. Please go check us out on Twitch. That's DWE Radio. I made sure that it was right. It is right. If you put it all together, and you will see the Twitch place. Give us a follow on Twitch. Give us a follow on YouTube, or subscribe to us on YouTube. That's Talk It Up Podcast on YouTube. Go like and subscribe and comment on some of the videos that we have on YouTube. Other than that, Final Boss, let's get right into it, Final Boss. Let's get into maybe the biggest thing that happened this
Wait, wait,
week. I
wait,
say that
wait,
happened.
wait, 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 wait. Hello, wait. Hey, I just want to go ahead and say this before we get everything started. For the first time in DWE history, I was on here before Miami. Look at me. I'm early. I'm early. Look at me.
Oh my God! Congratulations, first time in history. What you want to raise?
Yes, yes.
Anyway,
Please send my raise in my DMs to Final Boss Baby. That's two B's, one Y CFO on Edge. You can just go ahead and send me a DM with the cash out information to send that to me. Thank you. Well, we lost Miami. I guess he's busy. He's sending me the money, the cash out. Yay! Look at me. Oh, we lost Miami. It's gonna be a Final Boss show. I guess this time for real. Yep, it really is. But we just got started, so I can't even carry it for us right now. But it seems like Miami wants for us to dive in to the Pat Cody and Randy saga. I believe that's gonna be our first topic. I think that's what Miami wants to go ahead and do. Um, but I'm gonna have to wait for him to open up them doors, and not the forbidden door, but the regular doors, DWE doors.
Okay, I don't know if anybody can hear me, but it's saying that I'm live on my end. I guess it was fun the ball side, but we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Technical difficulties, I guess, right there in the beginning. But I don't know how much Final Boss got into, but we definitely wanted to start off with the Pat McAfee controversy that's going on lately with the WWE and the IWC just being very upset with Pat McAfee just being involved with the angle with Randy and Cody. I think that's one of the main things that we all want to just get into and just talk about and just really try get this whole podcast started. Like I said, guys, thank you guys for being very patient with us. Like I said, I don't know if Final Boss could hear me. I was saying something, but I don't know was it her end, my end. I don't know, but hopefully she can hear me now.
Yeah, I can hear you now. It was definitely your end. We didn't hear nothing you said earlier.
Oh yeah, I was saying something, but I think you could hear
No,
me. Everybody else, I left. I thought it was my
really?
end. Yeah, yeah, I was saying
I
something.
didn't hear
So I guess it
nothing.
was your end. Yeah, but like I was saying, we was going to get started with the Pat McAfee stuff. We
Hmm.
started off with the whole SmackDown with actually Cody starting off the show, pulling up, and Nick Otis is telling telling Cody said him no one who works for WWE cannot touch Pat McAfee, and that came higher up above him. And Cody Rhodes was just basically saying that that's very interesting that that was said, but he said, "Hey, I promise that I won't touch him." um, and things like that. And then we got appearance, which I know Final Boss kind of has a bit about Jelly Roll appearing a lot because he has been appearing a lot. Jelly Roll appeared and said some stuff, and him and Cody and was asking that what was going on with Pat McAfee, what was going on with Randy and stuff, and that we cut later on down into the later on to the day. We got Pat McAfee actually who came out and cut really. I wouldn't say a decent promo to me. Final Boss, it wasn't good for me, but I understood the point that he was getting across about the whole thing about what he did bring attention about the things that CM Punk said on Monday Night Raw, which we will get into here right after this topic because I definitely want to talk about the CM Punk promo that will kind of lead us into this, us going from this to that. I think that will lead us to what Punk's comments was. But Pat McAfee did make some great points here and there, saying that he was saying that Punk called him, certain things that I will not repeat on here, and was saying that he was wearing TKO merch. He's a person that's basically a puppet. So sort of almost like it's like what John Cena did of his version of I guess his pipe bomb a little bit here. So that's why I called this episode pipe bomb because it seems like everyone was dropping that sort of pipe bomb as him. And when I mean by everyone, I mean by as in Pat McAfee and CM Punk with their promos, and I guess this will set up some things where the IWC is guessing that it could be a WWE TKO type of thing where they're battling for, I guess, the company or whatever. I don't know. That's not what I'm assuming. I'm just thinking maybe it's just they're doing this to try to get ticket sales over because that's what we got here from Pat McAfee. Where Pat McAfee came out and told the crowd because they was booing him and stuff, saying that hey, it'll be 25% off all the way up to Monday. Um, Once Raw starts, it'll be. I mean, well, I guess I guess either when Raw starts or probably that Monday morning, the 25% off will no
No,
longer
they
be.
no. He actually said to the end of a Monday Night Raw. So from
Oh, okay,
SmackDown
okay,
all the
okay,
way to the
okay.
end. Yep, to the end of Monday Night Raw.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought well, because the reason why I said that, Funny Bones, because I thought now I don't want to share your thoughts about what you said to us backstage, but that's interesting that that now you're saying that it got me now saying I wonder what they're gonna do if Punk comes out and say some stuff too. So, but yeah, he said the 25% off for the tickets and stuff. The crowd still was booing. They did Cody came out. He was about to get ready to do some angle with him, but the crowd, the camera cut backstage to Jelly Roll again. Where Randy did the beat down, drag Jelly Roll out to the ramp and stuff, and him and Cody kind of sort of got into it. And they beat down Cody, which I know a lot of fans did not like about Pat McAfee grabbing the the title, which I didn't understand either. Or he put it over his shoulder, and like you said, Randy and Pat McAfee when they was inside the truck on Randy's IG, you could see it on his shoulders of Pat McAfee, and I was like, okay. And what's so interesting about this whole thing is Pat McAfee keeps saying that if Randy loses, I'm leaving. I'm like, okay, I think the IWC has made their opinion about Pat. It's not we don't like you. It's that the angle and the story they're giving us. We don't like. We don't like this basic booking with this whole Randy and Cody thing, which you said you liked it way before they added Pat McAfee. That it was going a good direction. I did like the heel turn from Randy. I was very interested in seeing what direction they was going with Randy. I did like the whole idea of the phone thing because I thought it was going to really lead to something, but it didn't go to nothing. Which we did make our opinion about that last episode 14, guys. If you did miss it, it's now available for you on YouTube and on Spotify. So if you guys want to hear our thoughts, you can go check that out. But I feel like the IWC is upset, and this is kind of going to spread the ideas of what we're going to talk about too many celebrities being involved with this WrestleMania bill. I feel like it's a decent card, but the bill has been lackluster, and also you got this Pat McAfee angle that's not making no sense at all. It's not making no sense at all, and I know I said this to you backstage when we was offline, but I guess I'll say it now. It has me really feeling like Randy may not win number 15, and I'm like, I don't want that to be the case. Fun of all, I really want to see Randy win 15, and I really want to see Randy do this whole heel turn. I really did, but this whole Pat McAfee thing is not doing it. I know I don't want to share your thoughts about what you thought about why Pat did cut the
Yeah,
promo,
and
because I want you to give the crowd that your
yeah,
thoughts about that.
I have a lot to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll
Yep.
let you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I
No,
mean, I
no, go
think
ahead. I was
Miami.
just serving it up to you.
Okay, yeah, I think Miami kind of gave a sum up, but I think it's important to kind of know the key point. You have Pat McAfee. Really, people are saying it's the worst promo in history is what it was at, and they're saying that this promo by Pat McAfee is actually worse than the previous week. I actually think this one was a lot better. I think it was very, very raw, not WWE raw, but very real. Work shoot. We don't know what the work in this shoot is anymore in this, but I feel like if it was done by somebody else, it would have been monumental. Um, Pat McAfee, he took shots at Epstein and Punk, saying that, oh, Punk, you're saying, lower these ticket prices and for the fans and etc. But he threw a shot and said, hey, all that money that that you've been getting from ticket sales and merch and all that stuff, you're not donating that to charities, to foundations, man. That's going to your pocket. He talked about how, hey, yeah, everybody knows the famous thing about how Punk, really shit on WWE a couple years back about them partnering with Saudi Arabia. That Saudi Arabia deal, saying that and in so many words, sucking on like a bloodstained penis. And then but hey, but what did we get last year? We got him and Cena in Saudi Arabia. So Pat McAfee threw shots at him, saying like, "Hey, there's one side of you that says, hey, I'm for the people, the fans, and the other side of you say, I'm for the business. I'm here to make money." Which is not new. We have heard this before during the Punk and John Cena's rivalry that we got
Hmm.
on his retirement tour, where he said, where they kind of criticized Punk about being a hypocrite because you got one side of you that says, "Oh, I'm for the people. I'm the voice of the voiceless." Well, you're really not that guy anymore. You're not the voice of the voiceless. Way back, 12, well, 11, 10, 12, 11 years ago before you left, when you were kind of like this guy had a lot of potential, but kind of an underdog, but trying to get in there with the long hair and the little lip ring, and then later on the short hair. Being a straight edge guy, that's not you. Now, you're older now, you're business, you're more business savvy now. You have, of course, your wife, the age, AJ Lee. Now, you're here for money. And he took them shots, which is really, like I said, the same direction we had between Punk and Cena, during their feud. And we have had Punk say famously, years ago, he's not here to make friends, he's here to make money, he's here for a big bag. So it's kind of ironic that I don't know if it's WWE writing this, TKO writing this, or Punk is kind of shooting and saying all this stuff about how he's for the people and all the ticket price sales and all this stuff, where we know, no, you're here because WWE offered you a lot of money to be here. That's something that you said, way back when. Um, so I find it kind of cringy that you're still trying to, well, they and him, the character him, you're still trying to pitch this whole, oh, I'm here for you, when the reality, the real life shows is really not. And it was a similar thing that we got with, of course, with Cody Rhodes. We got that was Punk's, similar thing, him being the corporate guy, the politician. Um, we also, got Pat. He said that as far as the 25%, he said with the partnership with Ram, and we saw the big old Ram logo right in the middle of the ring, along with all the other logos. So that partnership that they could offer the 25% off from SmackDown that moment up until the end of Raw, Monday Night's Raw, because he's saying that night one is going to be great because of course that's the main event of night one is the Randy Cody, and night two is going to be ass because you have Punk on it. um and I have a lot of concerns about this, and I know this kind of leads into our next topic, so I'm not going to go too deep on it, but I find it weird how we kind of went from having a Roman CM Punk kind of the bloodline feud to where we got Punk taking shots at Pat McAfee, who's on a whole different show inside of a whole different feud, thinking it's a one off because Punk said you got one coming to you. And then here we are yesterday where we got, Pat McAfee taking a lot of shots, at Punk. It's just, I'm like, so why are we intertwining, these two stories together? I mean, it just comes off as, I got a lot of concerns about that. I'm gonna get into that more so later with the next topic. Um, Pat McAfee coming out, of course, with the RKO everyone shirt and his famous shades, that he's wearing. I thought Pat McAfee did a good job. It seems like he knew all his lines. There is some reports going around saying that wasn't all scripted. A lot of that was just him freestyling. So if that's the case, shouts out to him. It had a lot of curse words, a lot of buzzwords, a lot of IWC, and he talked about the IWC and the marks. And he took a lot of buzzwords in there to get us to pop. So I did appreciate that. I thought it was very noteworthy. They didn't even bother to black out or bleep out the cuss words. I guess they tried to go for that more attitude era. Hey, maybe it ties into the video game. That was one of the things in the video game, one of the versions, right? I don't know. Um, and trying to think the Fat Mac did anything else for me that was noteworthy. Um, yeah, I think that was a key point. When it came to Pat McAfee, of course he's here, to save the business. Um, we got the response back from Cody, which I thought Cody actually killed it. I like Cody saying, telling Pat McAfee that, hey, I guess you were so high, I didn't remember you want attitude era, you over there eating with Jay Uso. You had a match with Gunther. He put you to sleep. Take off the shades or you high, which Pat McAfee want to take off shades off to save his life. I thought all that was really good. Of course, at the end of the whole entire segment, we got Randy was over there beating down Jelly Roll, and that led to a whole kerfuffle in the arena. And like Miami said, we got this odd thing where you got Pat McAfee holding Cody's title and walking off with it, and it was just weird and distasteful. But I guess he's trying to say that the title belongs to us, so to him, Randy, and the old school WWE fans. Um, and also, with that being said, I also did watch. Before I get my opinion, I also did watch the Coachman, Jonathan Coachman's emergency response. And he said, I don't really do Fridays, but I'm not going to say something. And he was really upset. And there was two videos that came out. There was one that was 4 minutes, one that was 6 minutes. I don't think I watched 6 minute one. I think I actually watched the 4 minute one. And he's actually crying, like tearing up. I won't say crying, tearing up at the end. He said he was upset because he's upset about the fact that, hey, 25% off ticket prices. Why would you guys do that now? It's 8 days away from WrestleMania. What about all those who already done paid the full price? It's 8 days away from Mania. How is that feasible for a family of four is what he said. to go ahead and find all this money in 8 days. Not even 8 days technically, really to find this money. If they don't do my idea, and I'm talking about that in a second. But if they're just gonna do just 25% off for night one to find that money like right now, and then find the rest of that in the next 8 days for your flights, your hotel stays, and your food or whatever other things you might need. I don't know, maybe a rental, Uber. Um, it's not feasible. He also talked about a key port, which we're going to get into a whole different thing into that. I'm excited to talk about that too, about these celebrities in the main event. He talked about how why are we, got all of these celebrities just kind of floating around, the main events. And me and Miami had a nice backstage talk about that. I can't wait for you guys to hear that conversation or get your insights to that conversation to get your ears ready. Um, Coachman talked about that, and he said, "Hey, we need to rip up the script and start all over again." And he talked about, he said, "Why do I care?" He said, "I care because it's my time. I care because I have multiple different jobs where I have to, watch wrestling because he is a podcast." And to me, for someone who built their career, in wrestling, did things with ESPN, and to see, this is the direction like where we're going, I feel like we've given up. These are Coachman's words. Um, and I think everything he said is accurate. Especially when it comes to ticket prices. We had hints that they were going to lower ticket prices based on what Punk said on Monday. So they actually did do it. The problem is that for people that are locals, it could be a good thing. You could be like, hey man, we can go this week, especially if you're working 9 to 5, and you have to be local. Perfect. The problem is that if you're not local, most people don't live in like main cities like that because of they're expensive to live in because they're tourist attractions. But anytime you look at city, you're looking at the high cost to live. Besides just the rent, but also things in general is going to be high because they're a tourist attraction. I mean, you look at, I'm famously from New York City. New York City charges like $5,000 for like a studio apartment, like literally, like not exaggeration, because of the area, what it's known for. Um, and so doing this 8 days out, 25% off, it's a lot of pieces to that because you one have to find the money like right now between now and Monday to pay for these tickets. You're gonna be thinking, should I hold out? Well, not really, because I'm pretty sure the way they're gonna go, and I'm talking about this in 1 second, but where they're gonna go the next direction is gonna lower down night two. Remember, 25% is only for night one. So you're gonna have to go ahead and man, if you can mute your mic because I can hear myself echoing. Um, But yeah, and I don't like my voice sounds, so you drive me crazy. Um, but yeah, you're gonna have to find that money now. Hold on to some extra money because they're probably gonna lower some stuff down on for night two on Monday. The cost of lounging, hotels, flights, and rental cars is gonna be sky high because we're close to the event. We're closer to the date, and not just the date. The date, anything close to the actual date makes it higher and close to a event because the city knows that the event is coming. The city pays for these events to come to their city with the hopes of we pay you money, come to our city with the hopes of you'll bring the city in more money by the people coming in and spending money inside of the city. That's how event works. Not just WWE, but that's like general events. That's how they work, especially sporting events. So everyone in town knows that WWE is coming for this major event. So prices are going to be high all over that area. And then you have to hope that everyone is not booked. Hoping hotels are not booked. Hoping that flights are not booked out. That you're gonna make it there on time. Hoping that rental cars, which is the toughest thing to get in most areas, is not all taken. So you have to rely on Ubers, which you can do, but it's also it's a long shot because we don't want to go ahead and do is to go over there, depending on where you're staying at, for the night, and say, hey, I can't do a rental car either because I can't get access to it because they're booked out or because the prices are too high. So you're gonna rely on like ride shares, Uber, Lyft, whatever case may be, and there's a high chance because it's so in demand because you're already in like a tourist attraction and then with the event that there may not be any available. So then what happens then? Then you're either late to the event or you're missing the whole event at all. So everything you just did is absolute waste. Then for those who are, grown adults, the children, are the children coming or are they coming or not? Because if they're coming, you got to also include them in the expense. If they're not coming, you got to find childcare for them. And then for those, who actually, who have a job, are you going to be off for those days? And if you're traveling, can you be off those days plus additional days for you to get there and get back to work on time? Because most jobs usually require 2 weeks notice. There are some that might do a late notice, some that might only ask for a week, depending on how flexible your job is, whatever policies that may, but most of them want advance notice. So it really kind of rules out the majority of everyone who is not local. So I definitely understand that. They could have been did this a long time ago. We lost my aim, so hopefully he'll be back. Oh, there he is. But they could have did this months ago. We knew that they had announced it for New Orleans. They announced it crazy ahead of time. Then things switched over to no, we're going back to Vegas. So we knew this for months now. But TKO thought that, hey, they had that idea like Vince had. People will always show up. They always do. The difference between Vince and TKO was, Vince, and as, we have the reference, with the promos, the old, the weird old man. Is they talking about Vince McMahon? His idea was the product can be not as good, but our loyal fans will watch it regardless. We could put out crap product, they'll watch it. TKO's persona is, hey, we can charge $1 million for tickets, but loyal fans will find a way to pay for it regardless. That's the difference here. The problem is that while some of that is true, both sides, there is within reason, right? Like at what point does it become, unattainable? At one point, and TKO was just holding out to the fact that hey, we're closer to the event, people will cave in, they'll just buy the tickets. Now here we are, about a week, we're literally a week out, literally because today's Saturday, so we're now 7 days out where they're like, okay, maybe people are really aren't going to come, even though it is in a tourist attraction. It is in Vegas. You know, and even though later on in the month of April, maybe where starts to get warmer, or we hope it get warmer. Weather's kind of crazy right now, but they're still going to come, and here we are, where they're not coming. Where hey, when you guys started doing those pre-sales and you guys started seeing them numbers, then you guys should have been started making moves. We had other moves though that they did make prior, which I think people forgot. They had some discounts on, I think it was Valentine's Day or something. They had a 31% discount for 316 day. I think it was 31% off. So they continue to have discounts. But to me, it becomes, a mind game. Um, it becomes a mind game about when you can get the best deal. And I'm like, at what point does it start to get really annoying? Because this is not like it's closed, right? Like it's not like, like we're here to shop at a department store. You want to come on certain days where the coupons are in effect. Like what's up with all the coupons that WWE is doing? I don't know, Miami heard about the discounts I mentioned about the 316 discount was Stone Cold. And I think there was also like a a Valentine's Day discount that they had did previously before for this year's WrestleMania. I mean, at what point, do we say, hey, we're not selling shoes, handbags, and purses? And shout out to those who are going to sell me that. Please make sure it's name brand. But we're not a discount chain. Like we should be offering discounts. It should be a reasonable price. It should be a set price. Now, here and there on a special occasion, maybe you can do a discount, but do that months ahead of time. People can actually plan out and budget for it. And that's where we are now. Here's where it leads into what I think for Monday, where we got Pat McAfee saying it's 25% off, starting right then and then during SmackDown to the end of Raw for night one only, because night two is ass. That's what he said. So what about night two? I posted it on my timeline last night that I believe you have CM Punk come out there on Monday, offer even bigger discount for night two. I say 50% because that'll be the shock value of him undercutting them. But it might be 35, 40%, but it's gonna be higher than a 25%. And he'll probably even extend that offer. He won't just do it, until the end of a SmackDown, the go home show. He'll do that all the way up to the end of night one for you to go to night two. So here we are again, where someone has to also account for night two. Same things apply, like how I just said. I mean, at this point, I mean, when it comes to their sales and tickets, what can they do? I say at this point, what they should focus is on, yeah, fine with the tickets. I think they should also focus on some kind of deal for people to watch it on other platforms for this year's Mania. Maybe even maybe even lower down the monthly subscription for ESPN this month for WrestleMania. Do things like that. I think that's more feasible, at this point. I think that makes the most sense. I'm gonna go into my frustration with the story now. Now that I got frustration about the tickets, but before I go ahead and do that, Miami, do you have any comments about the discount and the ticket sales and things like that?
Well, I hope I got my right page up here. I guess I don't. No, I don't. Let me see. Okay, can you hear me now, front of boss?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I feel you on a lot of points here. I think Stampede said it. I can't find, but he did say it. He did.
I can't hear Miami anymore.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. No, I was saying that the whole stories that we was going into WrestleMania most excited about. I was most excited about was definitely Roman Reigns and CM Punk. And like I said, we'll get into some of the comments that Roman Punk actually did say when he did say that. But I feel like a lot of things you said are true. I think we have to look at this a lot of different ways, a lot of different avenues. I think one thing is this. I think that TKO was trying to run WWE like UFC. And it's crazy to me because if that didn't go well, why are you doing something that you felt like that was in a different type of, this is different type of fans, different type of business where you're going to try to do the same thing. And it's not working. We have heard the rumors about the things maybe with Triple H and TKO being frustrated about the booking. We've been complaining about the booking since, we was doing Talk It Up podcast at DW Radio. That's really all the same thing. But we've been talking about that for quite some time. Let's get to the Pat McAfee thing. The Pat McAfee whole promo for me was not good. I'm on the same boat as other people said about what you said about he was saying the whole thing about him being basically a TKO puppet because he's saying one thing but he's doing another thing, which we like you said, John Cena said, which was perfect for Pat McAfee. I just didn't like it because it was not one of my favorite Pat McAfee promos, but some of the lines that he did say did gain my interest in it. Did it sell me to want to see him more? No, I didn't want to see it more. I think with me, I think the thing is that I just don't want to kind of basically see him just, it seems like they made him take over this whole story. The story's now, and I know a lot of people have said it, the story seems like it's now based off of, oh, I hope Final Boss is hearing me. Are you hearing me, Final Boss? Oh, nope, I lost again. The whole story is that it seems like it's really based off of just Jelly Roll and Pat McAfee, which I do agree with a lot of people. I think that's most of our frustrations with the thing. When it comes down to it, I think that's everyone's frustration with the whole thing. I think that's one of the main things that I think a lot of people are looking at and looking into when we talk about this whole Pat McAfee and Cody thing, which does take us to our next topic, which we'll talk about here. CM Punk
Wait, hold on,
doing a promo
because
on Raw that really
before we
kind of.
there, I'm gonna go ahead and give my opinions. I know we have some issues here, technical issues. Um, about the story. So I
Go
talked a
ahead.
lot about
Yeah,
the
you
ticket
hear me, brother?
sales yeah, I talked a lot about the ticket sales and about everything else. But I want to talk about the story. I want to express that piece. And I said this last week, and I'm gonna say even more so today based on what happened yesterday with the Pat McAfee, um, Randy and Cody storyline. Is where up until the up until the reveal of Pat McAfee. I personally, I feel like we all, and I'm speaking for the IWC. Yes, I'm speaking on your behalf because no one has dialed in you just yet. So I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna be the voice of voices now until I get to dial in. Um, I feel like everyone was really intrigued with Randy Orton going for his world title, number 15, talking about how in previous interviews how he would love to go ahead and do one more run with it. Talking about how he's like a piece of furniture. This is my old promo. This is back when he was going against Cena, saying that he's a piece of furniture. He was here to stay. Look, going back to old school Randy Orton, right? The Legend Killer style Randy Orton. The Apex Predator, the Viper. '09 Randy Orton. He's out there just doing punk kicks at the punk kicks, right? Seeing that beat down of Cody and then having this maniacal look of him sitting in a metal chair full of, well, covered in Cody's blood, holding the title with this sickening look, and that image definitely is poster worthy. And we were excited about having him tap into the voices. There was times where commentary really put that over, where Randy would you know attack, stop, hear the voices, and then go absolutely berserk. I feel like a lot of people were really excited to kind of see Randy tap into this character, or should I say, tap back into this older character of him being heelish and absolutely just on a war path of destruction. And then they introduced him being on the phone. And we were super interested because it tied into the voices. Because now the voice wasn't something he heard in his head, but it also was the voices in his head and the voice on the phone. And it all kind of makes sense. You got Randy being Randy, hearing the voices. We have somebody on the phone, which is also adding to those voices. So now he's hearing voices in the head and real life voices. And we were excited. And then, yeah, we had to reveal Pat McAfee, which was really, really disappointing. And even with that being the reveal, one could look past that and say, hey, yeah, the reveal of the actual voice, is not what we expected in this story. Is actually crap. It's garbage. But we can still kind of play on the idea of seeing Randy hear the voices in his head and tap into his character, and then really want to go for what might be his last title run of his career. Now here we are 2 weeks in after it's being announced that, it being Pat McAfee on the phone, where it has completely shifted, where it has went from, of course, this great character build until now it's all surrounding Pat McAfee about how he wants to save the business, and how, hey, if Randy doesn't win, I'm done being in wrestling. I'm done even talking about wrestling. I'm just gonna go straight to, I guess, just doing sports on ESPN. One would assume. We got Pat McAfee yesterday holding the title. And it just kind of feels like Randy has taken a back seat now. The character development isn't taking the back seat. Yeah, we had Randy, play a role yesterday, being down Jelly Roll and imploded. But a lot of the back and forths now, the promo is Pat McAfee and Cody. It's not Randy and Cody. It's Pat McAfee and Cody. Previous week, Randy cuts a little promo, but it then brings out Pat McAfee, and it's Pat McAfee is now the star of the show. So it's completely opposite of where we thought it was going. And at first, I gave TKO a, a little pass, because I'm like, well, here the issue is that we all love Randy Orton so much, and we all loved him as a heel. Well, most of us loved him as a heel. And we really wanted to see him be that again, because Randy Orton has taken a different direction in his career, where he has had some good runs. Of course, he did the RK Bro, probably one of the last big cool things he did in his older years. But, of course, with, Matt Riddle. We had him, do some things with KO, but, KO, of course, got sidelined with a neck injury. Um, we've seen him and Cena, but we haven't really had this serious Randy. He's kind of been, yeah, a tweener where he's really a baby face, but he's still the guy who's going to give an RKO because it'd been an interest for him. But we haven't had this serious, methodical Randy Orton in a good storyline, in a main storyline in years. And granted, some of that's due to injury, a lot of that is due to him stepping aside and giving the younger guys a time to shine, which I talked about last week. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely great. But now here we are, where we're, giving him another opportunity back in the limelight, because he's probably sunning down on his career. And now it's all kind of been pushed aside to kind of have this celebrity come in this case, Pat McAfee, come in to be now the star of the show. Like, Pat McAfee is not a wrestler. This is not like it's two wrestlers and like they're in some kind of stable or duo or group, or whatever the term is you want to use, where you got one shouting the other. This is literally a celebrity who has no longevity in the company now moving into a story where this could have been really one of the biggest stories for Randy in decades. And I believe that, and I'm gonna go back to this again. I'm gonna circle back. I gave WWE slash TKO a pass because I'm like, well, maybe the idea is because they want Randy to get booed. Because even after he had that that nice beat down on Cody Rhodes, which I just talked about, fans were still cheering him. And I think TKO had looked at it and said, man, like, what can we do to get him booed? Put him with a character or put him with someone that is so, um, that is so heated or hated, that people are going to force to boo him. Um, and we've seen that kind of with with, Logan Paul before. Um, but I gave TKO slash WWE that pass because I'm like, well, maybe they just want to put him with someone that is so disliked, people automatically are going to boo Randy Orton. That's where they're going with this. And then I kind of sat back and thought, no, because reports came out, if it should be believed, that Emmanuel, a president of TKO, no, that is not why they brought Pat McAfee there. They brought him there because he views him as a major star and feels like he can, help them gain more interest in the match and in the product as a whole. So it's not even what I thought. It's not even about Randy Orton, having someone like Pat McAfee to help him get booed as a heel. It's not that. It's just TKO thought that this was going to be a good celebrity intertwined in the story to help get more eyes on the product and on the match. And Miami, I don't know if you heard everything I said. I hope you did.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
I said
Okay,
yes. I
great.
did. I've heard everything that you said. I was down there below. I was wondering. I was waving down. I was like, "Is she
Oh
gonna bring me up?" I was like, "No." I forgot you was in the
no,
process, so
it
you want
did.
to say it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm on the
yeah.
phone, so
You
it
was
didn't
on the process,
show.
so it won't let you see it. But there's a couple things that you said here,
Mm,
and I think the frustration. Let's just keep it real. I think the frustration here is that I think we're not upset. Like I say once again, we're not upset, and I think this frustration is not just with Pat. Let's go back to the very beginning. I think the frustration is with the whole booking overall. I think the whole booking with just not this, with a lot of different stories. Now I understand people get injured, people get hurt, things gotta change. You gotta change some things on the fly. We seen what happened when Liv Morgan got hurt. A lot of stories will build around her. Hey, I do gotta give credit to Triple H. He still made a way for the women's division to kind of navigate back to I would say a booking where we got around that, and it's now being built over a lot of different women, because I feel like if Liv did never get hurt, a lot of stories will be built around her, because yes, she was a top star. They seemed like they were teasing your favorite Italian queen, Nikki Bella, and her, but she had a back then she was a tag team champion. And it kind of makes sense, but we still wanted to see it. And then she got injured. But I think a lot of things we have to look at and assess here is I don't know. We don't know what direction they're going. I agree with Stampede, like I said earlier, and I said this to you backstage. I have never seen it. It's been quite some time, and I think we gotta say it here on DWE Radio. And I understand coach's passion, because he this is the business that fed his kids, fed things like that. So this is not aimed to no one, but I feel like there's no way, the way we're going into WrestleMania next week is WrestleMania. We're not going live. We're going live for the watch party, but it won't be a DW radio. We'll do one for Saturday and Sunday. But I think the thing here is we're going into Mania with a decent card, but probably I think one of the worstest bills in quite some time. I think we haven't got a bill like this, and I mean for maybe back in the '90s, maybe we probably got something this bad. If I can just think off the top of my head, but a bill like this is just it sucks. You got a couple people from the IWC that are saying that hey, it feels like WCW in the 2026, it feels like WCW, and that's crazy. We talking about WCW when they was doing this wild outlandish things. We know what happened with the history of um of WCW, so we know how that went for them. They had to close the doors. You got some fans. I don't know if this was a real sign. Some saying that people are not stressing out on booing the heel work. They're booing the booking, and I seen that. Now I don't know if that was a real sign of somebody AI, and if it was, that's a true sign. And I feel like as we try to get people, as we got people in here now, and we get people in here now, we would love for people to call in the it's on the head. It's on the it's pinned to the page of Talk It Up. You can go click the link because we will love. I feel like DWE. I want to make DWE a place for the IWC because I feel like our voices need to be heard too. We are fans that are consuming this, and I feel like we have a voice in this. And shouts out to all the content creators, podcasters, whatever you want to call yourself that are out there that are not big yet and are trying to make it. We, as us, if you do let people come on your show or even they make comments, shouts out to those guys and those girls or whoever it may be that are opening that door for us to speak and give our opinion because I feel like we have an opinion too. This is bad. It might be worse than I can ever imagine. Yes, last year was bad, but the build up was, I can say, was pretty decent. It just once we got the man, he was like, "Oh man, this is bad." Now, could this be the opposite? I don't know. Maybe they're doing this great card, this bad build up, and they feel like, well, hey, when we lead into Mania, we'll get this great WrestleMania night 1 and night 2. We never know. We're not there yet. We won't see that until next week. Let's get into the whole 25% thing. I do agree with Final Boss. It's a little too late to do this. Hey, shouts out to UWE. You're doing it. Congratulations on you. Kudos on the back. You should have been did this a long time ago. Yes, you did the 316 thing. I'm surprised you didn't do the. I think they did it maybe earlier. They did the combo tickets for a while. I think it was way earlier. Then they stopped it really quick, which was shocking. I think they should have kept doing that. But I guess they was trying to get double the money. Say, hey, you go night 1, you go night 2. They was trying to make up the money. One, that was a bad mistake on UTKL. You should never did that because your ticket sales are too high. You should stay with the combos ticket stuff. You should stay with the you should have lowered the prices way long time ago. Even if you didn't want to make it a storyline, you should still start lowering it down way before ahead of time.
I'm on and Jake real quick. Hey, Princess called into the radio. Look at her. Um, but let me go ahead and just put it interject this real quick.
Okay.
Hey, when it comes just because we're on tickets, and after we talk about this, I actually want to go and talk about actually before we get to we're gonna interject here, and then I'll have you finish up your great thoughts, and I kind of want to talk about the celebrities being in there, and then we can talk about a pipe bomb promo for Raw because I think that celebrity conversation we had is really good. I think everybody needs to hear that conversation. Um, but the ticket sales, ticket prices. You just said ticket prices are super high, right? We all agree. You said that, hey, they stopped the combo tickets, which I think they did do that. They kind of quietly moved away from that. But here's the thing is that, AEW, when they came out back in 2019, they had a lot of good promises. We all know about them, right? We know that One of the things where they weren't going to be contractors, like they were going to be actual employees first of the industry to do it now, where they actually were going to be employees, not contractors, meaning that they were going to have expenses, including and benefits over there. We all know about that. But one of the other benefits, with AEW was the more relaxed schedule because they don't do house shows. They just do TV shows and they have, of course, the pay-per-views. So that was a good ploy to have wrestlers jump ship because there was a less strenuous schedule than being on the road 5 times a week. Plus, if you have a PLE, so I feel like so TKO has looked at that and said, yeah, we can do the same thing, but how are we going to make all this money back? Because now we don't have all these extra shows, house shows, all these extra opportunities in the house show. Of course, some of the merch stand, all that stuff. We don't have all this extra income now coming in from doing these said house shows. Yeah, the expenses when it comes to that, because you got to pay the travel crew, for stage hands and all the stuff, and whatever the case may be, all expenses. But how can we, you know, do, not do the house shows and then, but still have the revenue? Okay, let's get rid of the house shows. Hey, princess, thanks for calling in. And, but how can we make it up? And their idea was to what?
She brought
We'll just,
brought it up.
we'll, we'll just increase the ticket sales on our regular shows, on our TV shows, on our PLEs, and just make up the money, from not having the house shows, which makes sense, for TKO, as far as, hey, we can do less shows, just charge people the more money they would have paid to go for the shows anyway. Because I guess in somebody's mind, this is not a quote, I didn't hear this anywhere, but I guess somebody be like, well, let's think about the fan. The good fan was probably gonna go to probably the house show on Thursday or Wednesday, and then probably turn around and maybe go to the TV show on Friday. So if technically you're gonna pay for like 2 tickets anyway, why do that? We could just do one day. Yeah, it's more money, but it's probably the cost of, going 2 days anyway, right? I mean, they'll still do it. I mean, it has to be someone that kind of thinks that on paper, from a business standpoint, it does kind of make sense until it doesn't, to where it becomes, it's just impossible for them to do. And then on top of that, here is a good business person can tell people that are returning legends, like your CM Punks of the world, like your Codys of the world, who came back to WWE, your AJ Lees, of course, your Becky Lynch of the world, because she came back, took a break, because of the daughter came back, where we have this less demanding schedule on it. Why the hell would you go anywhere else to work to wrestle where we have the exact same schedule? Like, you would get somewhere else and you'll still be part of the biggest wrestling company, in the United States. And someone that is returning legend who is older in age and wants to be part time will look at it and say, great, sign me up. Do you think right now they're in a predicament where they can actually go back to doing a 5-day a week work week with the people who they have now who are returning greats / future Hall of Famers, and still keep them on the payroll? Because I don't think they're going to do it. And then you have those who are newer to the business, like the Jays of the world, who was new to wrestling 5-6 years ago in AEW, was already used to having that minimal schedule because it came from AEW that has that kind of schedule. Then comes over to WWE where they already have that schedule, and then to have it go back to the original schedule before she was a wrestler, and think that she's going to actually comply with her working all these days a week. We heard rumors about that during her and the Rhea feud from Piper Nibbins, who said, and we don't know how much of that is accurate or how much of it got misconstrued or how much of that it is true, but she didn't want to work the damn holiday tour, so that's why she wasn't on it. So can we even do that now? Can we even go back, to make a ticket prices be affordable by having them just do more shows a week, do house shows, make up that revenue, and have the stars be happy and willing to go ahead and do it? I don't know. I think we're too past that point. And one would say, hey, just lower down the ticket prices for your PLEs and for your and for TV shows, which we all want, we love it, but can the business, actually take that? As we know, TKO is the one that's having issues financially. TKO is, and it's like, can the business survive if they were to go back and do that, with stars saying they don't want to be on working 5 days a week? So they probably have some that may either jump ship or some that just will just continue to work a part-time schedule. So your house shows are going to be probably not the most stacked and probably not the best, because they got to have whoever stars actually are willing to comply. And then, I mean, can we actually do that now? I mean, that's kind of the question. So how do we fix it? One of the things that had came up, in previous conversations was about the network, because McMahon loved the idea of having a network, having it be on one hub, and having it be at an affordable price. Of course, $9.99, I know at the time, and according to the board, they said they were losing money by doing so, because they were losing all this money specifically on the pay-per-views, which then became PLEs, because now people weren't paying all this money to watch the pay-per-views anymore. They were just paying $9.99 and just getting everything. And as you know, they used to have a little thing where that first month was free, and they would have you advertised during WrestleMania. If you sign up now, you can get WrestleMania for free. So that's them losing thousands and thousands of dollars. And they said ultimately that was what was going to lead to the downfall. They told the man to pull it, and he didn't really want to do it. And of course, he went over to Peacock, and we have all this stuff now. But can TKO actually afford it? They're kind of in a rock and a hard place. Either they give us, what we want, lower the cost of tickets, but how are we making back up that revenue? How are they going to go ahead and do it? They're now partnered with who? With ESPN. They're owned by TKO. How can we now make up that revenue now? Unless they decide to, I don't know, evenly across, make them affordable across a number of shows. I mean, how can they make up this revenue now? Is a question. Maybe instead of having ticket sales high, make the meet and greets and Wrestle World tickets to be sky high. I mean, how are they gonna make up that revenue? That's why TKO is just so stuck in a rock in a hard place business wise when it comes to that, because what can you do? Is either we can lower the tickets down like how we want, and and hope people will come, which they probably will come, but we're not making the revenue that we lost by getting rid of the house shows.
Yeah, it was something that we had always preached on here, Final Boss. It's something that we've been talking about for the longest. I mean, I feel like me and you have been screaming at the top of our lungs about it. No pun intended. But it's and we talked about it backstage. Like I said, it's been a while. I don't know. Like I said, and I say it once again. If I didn't say it on here, is what after my fear is just not going into Mania because bad. The booking is so bad. I think my biggest fear is after Mania, because it's been a while since after a Mania we have got some stuff where it's like, oh man, we're back rocking. I said this offline. I haven't said it to someone. I think I never said it on DW Radio, but there was a time a while ago where AEW showed the what the controversy what happened with Punk and Jack Perry, and their fans did give them a blowback, and people was feeling like, hey, it wasn't going the way they thought it was going. And I said to myself, I said to someone, I said, man, you know what? They need to just go back to what they was doing, booking how they was booking. Not trying to get into the storytelling because their storytelling is through wrestling, and just focus on how they used to do. And miraculously, they did get back to doing that, and they're doing very well now. A lot of people are raving about them now because WWE is doing so bad that I don't know what they can do, Final Boss. And this was something that I talked to you about.
And
WWE,
and and
once
this
we get
is
once we get done,
and
go
this
ahead.
is the thing is that it's not, yes, the booking is also bad, but here's the thing is that remember we talked there's all kind of circles, and we're gonna talk about celebrities like next, and then we'll go into of course the Punk Pipe Bomb promo, Pipe Bomb part 3, 4, 5. I don't know what Pipe Bomb we're on now. There's been so many. Um, but hey, we talk about we want good booking. Your major stars now that are there that are positioned. We're not talking about your great up and comers like your Obas and your Tricks. Now, of course, your Royce Keys of the worlds, and your Javon Evans of the world, and all these people coming up. The ones that are and of course Braun Breaker. Um, the ones that are your actual main eventers, that are your safe options, your solid performers, your CM Punks, your Roman Reigns, your Seth Rollins, and then it kind of goes drifty off from there. Those persons, and as they rightly should, is making a lot of money. And I'm going to use an example because because I know this one because I don't know what the other people will make. But there was a report that came out that Roman's contract was like what? I think it was 10 million. I don't think it was 10 million a year. They're not even making that amount of money for one PLE. All the ticket sales that they would have got from one PLE is not even enough to pay one superstar their salary. So if we want better booking, and we also want low ticket prices, we're gonna lose those stars that give us that good booking. Our stars like the Romans and the Punks and what, they're gonna work less dates because TKO can't afford to pay them because they're not making any money from all of the ticket sales anymore. 10 million? They didn't even make that. I think it was last WrestleMania came close to making that last year. So I mean, this is the problem now. We lowered our ticket prices, and because we know that TKO has all these financial issues, we believe also WWE has financial issues as well, from what we know. That's why I got sold. Are they able? Can they make those two things coexist? Because either we lower the tickets prices and we're all happy and we're all going to shows, but it still won't make enough money to pay the stars that we actually want to see to actually show up and be there. So what does that lead to? Us having bad booking. Now, right now, we're in a crap zone because now we got bad booking and high prices. We're like, oh, hell. But ideally, if they were to go ahead and lower ticket prices down and they can't afford to pay the stars that make money no more, you have to have them kind of on a lesser schedule, what kind of booking will we actually get then? My argument will be if TKO is gonna charge these outlandish prices for the tickets and you guys have your stars, which they do, make it worth the bang for the buck. Start there first. Start there. Then once we get there, then you can work on making everything else affordable and then going down from there. They don't have to make every PLE be sky high. WrestleMania has historically always been kind of sky high. Not this sky high, but it's always been the most profitable PLE because that's the Super Bowl for us, the Super Bowl for us. But I mean, there has to be a median there. I don't think you can't just go in and just lower prices all the way around, considering the financial issues that they're having. and expect us to have a good card. You ain't gonna see those stars no more. The Roman Reigns and the CM Punks of Reign is not gonna show up anymore. There is, but it's gonna be on a very limited schedule based on those contract negotiations. The answer would be give us the bang for the buck, do that for a couple months, and then you'll be financially stable to go back down on ticket prices. People, if they actually had the best booking for WrestleMania for this year, I'm not talking about just on paperwork because the card paper is okay, but talking about actually having that build, people would actually spend the money to go see it. Now it's within reason, but people would try to find the money to spend. If they came out and had the best booking of Rock versus Roman, and they charged me $35,000, which I probably can't find, I'll damn sure try to find it. If I gotta sell this car, I'll sell that shit tomorrow because that is the kind of stuff you want to see. Hey, we'll want it. Most people start saving up for WrestleMania at the beginning of the year. Some people do that. Especially now that on Ticketmaster they have like, buy now, pay later, where you can do it in installments. If they actually had the book and that's actually worth the bang for the buck, at least for Mania, and some other shows, at least for Mania, people actually would pay. That's the issue, is that you guys want to charge $1 million, you know, and then for tickets, and then the booking, the bill is not there. Like, I don't even want to, based on this, I probably even want to go to WrestleMania, even if I was a local. Even if I was a local, depending on the price, I probably wouldn't even go to WrestleMania either. Damn sure ain't gonna go now because I'm not local to Vegas. I mean that's how I feel. I mean, I don't know if you have any other words on that, so I'm gonna let you go ahead and finish all your thoughts when we talk about these celebrities.
No, you been hitting the head, nail on the head. I think we covered everything. We've been on this quite for some time because I think it's just a frustration. I think we're sharing the same frustration as the IWC. I've been seeing a lot of people make videos about, just this whole Pat McAfee and Cody booking has been bad. It was at a great start, and you added Pat McAfee. Now, there's no Unreal you could put out that's gonna make me believe, oh well, we was gonna go with Pat McAfee anyway. That has to be a lie. Because whoever did
Hey,
that or whoever
hey! It
thought
was
that,
reported that
well, guess
that that,
what?
that, that was in Worth's chamber. Now that's what the
Well,
word
well,
on
guess
the
what?
internet
If
is.
that if that's the story they're gonna go with, guess what? You only keep embarrassing yourself. You make it. I'm just gonna be real. I guess I gotta say it because I'm the WWE fan. You're making people like AEW laugh at our ass. I wouldn't blame them. I wouldn't blame them because this is just pathetic. It's not something that how we go from, and I know it was just the bloodline. I understand that's all that surrounded around, but it was some good booking. We had some great stuff going. A lot of people had communities thriving off of that. A lot of people had um conversations. We all got in our emotions about how we felt about Cody. All of us was feeling about how we felt about Roman. This whole solo bloodline, what Jay was gonna do, what Jimmy was gonna do, Paul. I mean, the whole thing. And we got some great conversations out of it. And I'm pretty sure WWE got some great money about it because guess who came back?
Yeah.
Your husband, The Rock.
But
I mean,
yeah, but
so
then look at how it ended, and then look what we got after. Because remember the whole
exactly.
thing that we like to forget that happened last year was what? We all wonder what was the favor. Remember that favor?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and what was
Like
it? It was
now,
basically crap.
well, yay and nay. I would say that it was kind of crap, but I did want to see because he was joining Seth. I would have never guessed that. We got the vision. We had me and you have said on one of our episodes of DWE Radio, we wanted to see where the vision was going to go. Now the vision is just crap. It's just a joke. It's just, I mean, it's went down to shit creek.
Comedy
There's
gimmick,
no way
yeah.
you can rebuild. There's no way you can get division back to where it's at. But I'm just thinking like that. You got to get back to that WWE. I don't know if y'all do or don't listen to us, but you have to find. I know you say you found new writers. We've been hearing the stories about you got Chat GTP writing your stories. I don't know what you got going on. I don't know if you got ideas coming from Triple H or Ariane. Amarian, the president of TKO. I don't know where they're coming from, but
Hey, you
somebody
mean
got
Ori, not
Ari. I
Omarion,
mean, my bad. Ari,
not B2K remember now. Shouts out to him, man. Hey, shouts out to him.
Ari,
Oh.
Ari. But I mean, man, you got to get back to at least your basic of what you was doing with the bloodline. Now, I'm not saying do it with the bloodline again. You don't got to do it. You have a lot of talent stars. You have your ROYCE Keys. You have your Obafemis. You have your Trick Williams. You have your Javon Evans. This is your future. Start doing great storytellings with these guys. So, hey, if you do want to go down on your price, guess what? You're giving Punk and Roman a little break to rest to bring them in. They're your closers. It's like a baseball game. Guess what? If we got to close this inning, we're going to use our big hitter. So give Punk, give Roman that rest. Hell, even give Seth that rest if you want to. If you want to give Cody that rest, give it to him. Your Drew McIntyres, give it to him. These are, to me, your stars. If you like them, if you don't, hey, that's you. That's what makes us wrestling fans. But you have to do that and build off of that. With being said, I think this bleeds us into our next topic of what we have here. We're going to talk about. I think the topic of Punk coming out. He did come out with his jacket on. He came out with a championship belt. He did his crossing the legs, and we basically got a mirror image of the pipe bomb whole image. He basically was saying that if Roman hates me, then I'm right. I'm right where I need to be. Where I write where I need to be. I won't trade anything. Punk said he also told the crowd that you cheer for him, but maybe he's not here. He was taunting the fans for cheering OTC, which they was cheering it. I mean, the fans always say OTC. And Punk basically said
Oh.
that it's safe to say that Roman is boring and plastic and label himself as a dangerous person. But he's not here. And then the crowd boo him, which I felt like gave him a little heat on that. Then we got to the craziest thing of the promo that I did like. He said, but hey, I'm the best of the world, and you want to take a shot at me, Roman, I'm here. He took shots at Rock about the Rock being at first he said he gave the Rock a compliment. He said, hey, Rock is one of the biggest movie stars, or was the biggest movie star. I think that wasn't a slip up. He wanted to he really probably thought Rock was a star, but he wanted to get a little heat on him, so he had to, kind of come back with that line, which, I mean, hey, it was a good
I know
line.
I said like at least 4 times we wasn't going to celebrity conversation. Like I
Well,
guess we'll go that after. But go ahead.
we'll do it after because you went away. You came back in, so I just went on to the Punk thing. Then we started talking. He made a reference about Punk. Then he made Vince. Then he made a reference to TKO. Then he started going off onto Pat McAfee about him being an ESPN, personnel attacking Cody on Friday, and then Punk was the first to say that he demands the lower the tickets, and was saying he's standing tall with the fans and things like that, and calling Pat McAfee all these things that, like I say, deal with a couple of his politics ideas. Like I said, I
Hmm.
won't get into it and things like that. I did like the promo. My thing is this: I think a lot of people are feeling. I did see on the IWC Final Boss that a lot of people are feeling like this kind of damaged a little bit of Roman and Punk's feud. It did seem strange that they did go this angle with Punk, but I think they told Punk to try to maybe do this for maybe future storyline, maybe down the line, maybe I don't know. It could be that, or you just told your best person that was on Raw that can cut a great promo to go out there and try to make it something. One, get you heat under you because I feel like Punk is the heel going into WrestleMania. I feel like maybe Roman's more of the face or a tweener going into Mania, and that's what they told him to do. I didn't mind it. I didn't like it. I think this Monday, I think Roman will say something to get this feud because it's the go home show back kind of on track. I think that's where we're going to go here. Maybe Punk will make a reference to the whole Pat McAfee answering that, and then I can see Roman, just basically asking him, what are you doing? I thought this was about me and you, and maybe trying to get the story a little heat back on down. I think that's what they'll probably do, or maybe they probably won't even reference the whole Pat McAfee thing. It's probably just a one shot thing. But I did like a way Punk did his whole thing and took a shot. Like I say, Punk is one of the best people that do a promo. Even Roman said it. And I think that's what that's what TKO and WWE wanted him to go out there and do. Final boss. That's just my thoughts about this whole promo thing. And then we'll get to the celebrities here.
Yeah, I thought it was a good promo. Of course, Punk famously said, hey, Roman, isn't here. He took them shots at Pat McAfee, calling him. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. He calls him Pac Mega, which is a political reference. He talked about how he had FU money and that's why he left. He got references to the weird old man about eating dog food. Of course, we all know about that famous storyline that Roman did. That being a big dog, and we all know the weird old man would be Vince, and it's kind of a weird way to say to reference Vince. They could have just sort of called him like the former boss. But what they're really doing, a lot of people are saying, hey, I know you talked about it. Hey, Vince is gonna come back. No, they're really shitting on Vince or I don't know. Now, if this is a Punk thing, then totally get that because you know how Punk feels about Vince. That's infamous. But if it is a TKO or WWE driven thing for Punk's promo, then they're really shitting on him because they're calling him a weird old man, and we know the allegations, against Mr. McMahon's, and as weird can also mean like creepy, and we know what we mean by creepy. So it's kind of a weird line to say. Um, he talked about how he loves wrestling, and how basically listen to the fans in so many words. But this is something that we had seen years ago. We talked about this a few episodes ago on DW Radio about the Authority. Remember that promise where they were going to start listening to the fans, and it didn't happen. So it's kind of the same thing. It leaded to him saying lower him taking shots at TKO saying lower the ticket prices. And with that being said, I think that Pat McAfee's response back to Punk's promo was actually accurate because he kind of addressed everything that Punk said. Now you would think that they would hold off on that and they would have really Roman come back and address those things, which I think he is going to do this coming week. But I think it was a way to kind of segue into discount, and we'll segue into another discount for Monday. I think that's just why they had to go ahead and kind of drift that direction. I think that's why we had to kind of, weirdly put Punk into this whole thing with Pat to kind of get us to get the discounts and everything. But I mean, they could have did it a different way. But I did like the Punk promo. Um, I I thought it was great. I thought that the previous ones were a little bit better though. The ones he had with Roman, but I think for it being a solo, since I was solo Sokoa, but it being a one-sided promo where the other person, in this case Roman, was not there. I thought it was very good. I would assume on Monday, which is the go home show for, well, really for Raw, and of course the go home show for SmackDown. But I assume Roman will, of course, will come. Everyone who's going to be on Mania should be there on Monday. If you're a Raw star, should be there on Friday. If you're a SmackDown star, I assume he will probably will address everything Punk said. Also, probably lean into the Pat McAfee stuff a little bit as well. I'm also hoping that they kind of go back into him needing help because I feel like for some reason they kind of pulled back from the bloodline reconnection stuff. And it's something that I told you offline. I was like, I noticed that on this week's SmackDown, they kind of pulled from it because at first we were getting hints about the bloodline coming back and things with Roman. We didn't get those references this time, and we'll talk about that later. But we didn't get that, on SmackDown. With Solo and NFT. It's like it didn't exist. I don't feel like the Usos are even in the story anymore. I just kind of find it odd that here they are losing the tag team championships. Well, no, they went from first being kind of in this story, were in this story for like 2 weeks. Then the third week they lost the championship and they kind of pulled back from them. But they did give us, well, Miami was already gone off watching Netflix, but commentary did say, maybe he does, need help. So I'm like, maybe he's a shy there. And then we pull even more back from it last week where we didn't even get the references like that. So I kind of worry about that. And I don't think that they're going to be part of the story anymore. As you know, the Usos is going to be on night one. Not even night two, which they might come to night two, like who knows? But as of right now, they're scheduled to be part of the match and then on night one. So I mean, I want to know what's the reason that they pulled back from it. Because they had pulled back really from it even before the Pat McAfee stuff. They had kind of really pulled back from having the idea of having the Samoans involved. So I find that to be kind of interesting. And I'm at the point where, I love the Punk and Roman story. I loved keywords past tense of the ED. Loved where they were going with Randy, with Cody. But now I feel like with the Pat McAfee stuff, it's just so bad and so outlandish. I feel like I feel like he's even kind of overshadowing the Roman and Punk feud because we're so pissed off at what's going on with Pat McAfee that we can't even focus on the actual good feud that we still got left. With Roman and Punk, it's like Monday comes, we're going crazy over the pipe bomb promos. Then Monday comes and passes, and by Tuesday, we're back on getting mad about if Pat McAfee gonna be there on SmackDown. It's literally like it's exactly what Seth Rollins has said about Punk. Seth was not Punk. It's now feels like, and this is not in life, but at least in kayfabe or what they're doing with booking, is really like Pat McAfee is like the cancer because I feel like he's spreading across both brands where I can't even sit back and enjoy the Punk and Roman food right now, like as I should be, and as I was before this whole thing happened, because I'm so frustrated about what's happening on SmackDown, which we shouldn't be, because it's on a different brand. It's on a different night. They're on night one. Punk and Roman is of course on night two. As you know, we did get the card to come out Tuesday morning about which night is going to have which matches. So we can confirm now that Punk and Roman will main event night two. Randy and Cody will main event night one. But am I still excited? Yeah, but I just feel the Pat McAfee stuff has completely, like, if you go on right now, me and Miami are a big fan of trending things on X. You don't see any trends for Roman Reigns or for Punk right now,
No,
or even for the Usos. It's
no.
all about mostly Pat. Now, granted, you can give him some leeway. Say, hey, we're Saturday. That was a Monday show. But hell, but should we? Because remember, yes, we did have SmackDown just yesterday, but we're still in WrestleMania season where all this stuff should be true. It should be so hot that we have Punk, Roman, Cody, um, Randy Orton, like these, all of that stuff should be trending, and we're not seeing that anymore. And I feel like the only reason, well, I'm gonna get into that later. That's about the women, so I don't want to go into that right now. But we don't. We're so focused on the negative, we can't even enjoy the positive now. Now that has nothing to do with the actual people going to the show. That's a little bit different. But right now, as far as the internet side, the IWC side, we don't even see it. If I would have sat here and said, "Hey, we're not talking about anything to do with Pat McAfee and the Randy Orton stuff, none of that." If I would have just said Miami, our topic today will just be about the Punk pipe bomb we got on Monday, and about where we think we're gonna what we think we're gonna get from Roman on Monday, I don't think a lot of you guys would actually be in here because it has overshadowed.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think the same thing too, Final Boss, and I think that this takes us to our next topic that you wanted to talk about is does WWE have too many celebrities? Let's think about it. We
Oh
have
man.
IShowSpeed, we have Little Yachty that really did take a bump yesterday. We have Jelly Roll, and now we have Pat McAfee. That's basically a lot of people, and I guess we're saying, are there too many celebrities? Because every day they're showing up. They've been showing up for every week on these shows. Basically, I think the IWC has been saying that it feels like the shows have been built around the celebrities and not the WWE stars. And this is something that me and Final Boss we did talk about backstage. I was telling her, well, Vince used to did add a lot of celebrities back in their WrestleMania, but then Final Boss said, well, they was top celebrities that was known and top at their game. And I said, yeah, that is true. But I think I was saying, well, I don't think people are upset about the celebrities. I think this is another thing, just like the Pat McAfee, they're involved with so many stories that you're involving your celebrities more than with your actual superstars. We haven't got no answers about what you was going. You teased the whole Maxine Dupree and Austin Theory and Vision stuff. We had that hasn't went nowhere. This whole Jade Cargill and BFAB and Michin with Rhea. Now you have added EO Sky, and that's kind of crazy because I'm like, okay, but I understand why they did it, but it still hasn't picked up no kind of you know, it hasn't picked up for me yet or Final Boss, I guess, yet. I don't want to speak for her, where I feel like it's gonna be one of those matches. Liv and Raquel, we see what happened to Liv Morgan. Jesus, from the bump she got on top of her head and stuff, it was crazy. And she was actually at a game, and it's actually was down. But you got things like that. You have the Oba family. We will definitely get into what the Roy. We'll definitely get into two debuts of ROYCE KEYS and DANHAUSEN. I was surprised that did debut yesterday too. That we'll talk about. But I think that there, I think the whole thing with us in the IWC is that there's too many celebrities that
Can you
are
hear me?
involved with too many stuff. Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. Too much stuff, Final Balls. I would like to hear your thoughts because I know this was a definitely a topic you wanted to get into. Go ahead, take it away.
Yeah, let's go ahead and shake some things up around here, like I do with WWE draft. Um.
Those days over. Even if they do that, I don't think it'll help. They
Oh
need to get
man.
a whole. It just needs to be a reset.
Yeah,
Woof,
yeah, and
woof.
we are really saying things that co-said on his emergency thing. He talked about rip up the script. But the other thing he talked about was the use of celebrities. And that's where, me and Miami had this conversation. It wasn't on the initial blueprint. Shouts out to Jay-Z. But it wasn't on the original blueprint for of DWE radio. But Miami had a lot to say. He had a lot of banter where he said, "Hey, Vince been doing this. It's a mainstream." Like, you're right. Because we got a lot of celebrities. Like, we got Mike Tyson's, we got the
Yeah,
Floyd Mayweathers,
yeah.
we had Snoop Dogg's, we have one of my
Muhammad
favorites,
Ali,
Snooki,
Snooki.
Muhammad Ali. So we've been had celebrities, especially
Yeah.
around WrestleMania, and of course
Travis,
we had the
Travis Kelsey brother showed up at WrestleMania. I think that was
mhm.
39. I think the one that was in Philly, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
we had
He
we have
showed up.
yep, yeah. So and of course we had of course the later ones like your Travis Scotts um and your Bad Bunnies of the world. But and that's always been a thing with WWE. Miami's right when it comes to that. They love the mainstreams because that is how you get your casual audience to tune in. Because there's two things that casual audiences will turn into now. They love the WWE. They're gonna have thing one would be your legends, which are now either really where is either they're either A, there, B, don't want to come back, or C, no longer with us. And they'll have who else? Your celebrities to bring in all the people that usually don't watch wrestling. I said, hey
Mhm.
Miami, as you know, 'cause Miami does inside the mind. Make sure you tune out. Make sure you tune into those on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I said, hey Miami, I don't watch sports, but I damn sure tuned in because I'm a Swiftie, and I wanted to see Taylor Swift because she was watching Travis Kelsey. So now they got me for a whole good about 5-10 minutes, and I turned that bitch right off. I damn sure did. But for those 5-10 minutes, they got my viewership. So, and that's the idea of having, these mainstream celebrities, ha- you know, historically, and of course having your legends historically. But the problem that we're having, and I said this on TKO's page, and if you don't believe me, go to TKO group, and you'll see my comment there. They have mid card celebrities. The celebrities that they have chosen are not high demand celebrities. Not shitting on the celebrities, not saying they ain't known, because we all know General is, we all know who IShowSpeed is, we all know who Pat McAfee is, and we all know who General is. But these are not high in demand celebrities that are right now, high in demand right now. I'm talking about present 2006 that are in demand right now. So that's the one problem. Second problem is that the difference between then and now is that they will play usually celebrities will either A put into like just doing an appearance either backstage, or they may be the host, like of course like Kim Kardashian was famously years ago, or like Cardi B was a couple years ago. Was it last year? I think it was last year. Um, or they would use their song, like as we know, we had Travis Scott be a theme song for WrestleMania, Fiend, 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 Lord Jesus. Um, or they'll have them have a match at WrestleMania, or they'll have them do a little weird thing. It may be a referee or be on the announcer team or something. They'll have them do something along those lines, which that will works. Now that's then. Now what we're seeing now is they are on the program multiple times throughout the episode and for multiple weeks. Like if they would have just had Jelly Roll versus Kit Wilson, fine. But no, they didn't do that. They had them have a feud for like 2, almost 3 weeks, have a match, and that's done. Now, why is Jelly Roll now somehow involved with going off on Nick Aldis, and now somehow getting involved with the Cody and Randy stuff? And I said it last week where there's been many times with Jelly Roll, he's on the show multiple times throughout the show. He's coming out, he's having a match, he's having backstage banter. I mean, and it's not even with the same people. Last week, he was over there having backstage stuff with Truth, Damian, and Rhea. Now this week he's having a whole thing with Nick Aldis. And then later on tonight, he's getting beat down by Randy Orton. Then you just have a match with Kit Wilson a couple weeks ago. What happened to that? We're done with that.
Yep.
So that's the problem. Now, if he would have just had a build with Kit Wilson, haven't had their segments, maybe have a WrestleMania match, we can squeeze them in there. Cool, fine. Or even have one, even though, like this week or next week or a week before, close to Mania week. Fine, cool. But why have them come every single week? They're not even in the same arenas every single week, and they're paying these people to come every single week. It's crazy. Then you have same thing with Yachty. Now, shouts out Yachty did take a bump, and he sold it really good. He took a halupa kick, so I give him his flowers on that. I did not expect that. But we had him, of course, last week come out, be the hype man for Trick Williams. We have him again this week, be the hype man for Trick Williams. I'm like, how many times? So what's going to happen? He's going to come over, I guess, till WrestleMania. Maybe they get right him up, maybe they don't. I don't know. But that's what we are. IShowSpeed. He's involved in multiple storylines that people maybe have forgotten because, he's in the whole thing with the Vision for WrestleMania, but he also has a second storyline where he's backstage, begging, my Adam Pearce, to find Danhausen to take the curse off of him. So now he has something with Danhausen and stuff with the Vision, and he's come back for multiple weeks doing this stuff. He cost. He cost the tag team title. Like, why is he getting involved with that? When he originally came and had a whole thing with Danhausen and the Curse. That's another example of a celebrity being across multiple storylines, making appearances in the back, and then bringing it on, onto the stage. It's too much. It is too much, just across the board. Like to me, it doesn't make sense. And then it's not just one celebrity. We have multiple celebrities in multiple different angles. These are not wrestlers. And then me as a casual fan, I'm not a casual fan, but if I was a casual fan, let's say I'm a fan of Jelly Roll. Ooh, Jelly Roll's gonna be on. I'll tune in. Great. Okay, he's coming in next week. Oh, really? Well, I like Jelly Roll, but he's gonna be on a product that I typically don't watch. Am I really gonna tune in for 3, 4, 5 more weeks to see him? I already saw him one time. I already done got my pop by seeing him one time do something. Why am I gonna tune in 5 weeks? And not for 5 weeks straight. Why am I? It's not like you're gonna have one segment with him and that's it. I literally have to sit here and watch my celebrity, which hypothetically speaking is Jelly Roll, watch him make appearances throughout 3-hour show and then watch him for 5 weeks. Well, why would I come back the next week? I already seen him the week before that. And then the way they're going, they're going to have him probably again on this Friday and maybe again in Mania, possibly, most likely, yeah. So that means at this point, I done seen my favorite celebrity 5 times, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times on a show that me as a hypothetical casual fan don't watch. It doesn't make sense. You're gonna lose those fans who are casual fans because they're tired of tuning into a product that they don't watch to see if they do like because you're doing it over and over and over again. The pop is already gone. It has lost its luster. To me, it's crazy. Same thing with IShowSpeed. Yeah, he's known for being big internet star. Okay, cool. But we did stuff with him in the past. Now we're doing it again now. And now he's in multiple segments across multiple weeks. We know that he's going to be also part of the tag team match for WrestleMania. So even those who are big fans of IShowSpeed, again, what they have to tune in to this product week after week after week just to see them. And they have to sit there and watch the product. I don't want to. So what's going to happen? I turn the first time, probably not going to turn the second time, third time, fourth time, maybe, yeah, maybe, don't know. I mean, it's overuse of the celebrities as well. That's also the problem is they're overusing the celebrities where you're really undermining whatever little star power that they could actually bring to the audience of WWE. That's not how you get a celebrity pop. If you want a celebrity pop, you are supposed to announce the absolute hell out of them. They're coming. They're coming. They're coming. They're coming. Have them come, do a bill, maybe come maybe 2 weeks to do that one segment, and then have the match, and that's it. You don't have them come week after week after week on multiple segments throughout the entire show and then have a match. For what? Do they actually work? Like, hey, we had Jody Rose say, hey, he don't work there. Well, I can't tell because it seems like they do right now. Because you're there every single week. Now it'd be different if they were like on a tour and they're like a little hometown pop, but they're going to different cities and they still have these celebrities somehow come. So they're literally traveling with the team. Like it does not make sense. And then if you're going to do it, TKO, don't, and I don't, saying that, but don't, but hey, I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, if we get canceled, I guess we'll get canceled, but don't go out and get bargain bin celebrities and then overuse them for weeks and expect tickets to actually move significantly. Like, you
Let,
can't do it.
let's use something for example, and this is something I said to you backstage. Um,
Hmm.
there was a match I brought up to you because you said something. And I was like, and you made a great point about it. And I guess we'll share with the because I know we probably got younger fans, we might got older fans. It's not the exact way I'm going to paint it, guys, so don't kill me. But there was a WrestleMania match between Stone Cold and Shawn Michaels, and Vince brung out probably one of the biggest bosses at that time in the world, Mike Tyson, final boss. And
Hmm.
we got this whole angle where they was in the ring. You had all these security guards, and Mike and Stone kind of, shoved each other a little bit, like they was about to get into it. And you had this whole thing. Back then, DX was on top, so DX was real big back then. So let's go ahead and put that out there. And Stone Cold was the biggest thing too. And it was a celebrity. I did say that, but it was a celebrity that was known. It did get probably some more eyes on the product. Shouts out to Vince for doing that. But I mean, we had a whole angle at at the at WrestleMania, not Kurt Angle, but a whole angle with the story because we
Shouts out
we
to Kurt
knew
Angle,
that.
man.
Yeah, we knew that Mike Tyson was the referee. We thought that he was going to be more towards Sean because he, was painting the picture that he was with DX and all this stuff. And we got the whole, I think, still is famous to this day of him punching Shawn Michaels and knocking Shawn Michaels out and Stone Cold. Him and Stone Cold walking up the ramp, holding each other hand, and walking out with Stone Cold. And I feel like that whole ordeal was probably a great storytelling, a great going into WrestleMania gave us a shock moment for me, especially when I was young. I think that's what WWE is here trying to do, but they're doing it with one, like you said, too many people. Two, the stories that they're setting up is not getting that pop or that point across where we're like, you was doing good, now you're doing this, and it's like you're going the wrong direction. And it seems like soon they make a mistake, they're trying to patch it up, and it's not getting better. It's the most weirdest, strangest thing I've ever seen. Final balls, but
Yeah, and then also the thing is too, another piece to it, and everything you said, great reference there is, I will say this. some of the celebrities are doing a really good job. Jelly Roll, if he wanted to be a talent, I think it'll be an option for him on the table. He's good. I was surprised that Yachty took a haluba kit and he sold a haluba kick and he sold it pretty good.
Yeah, he sold it really
I
good.
think,
I was shocked about that too.
I think IShowSpeed is also doing um a pretty good job as well. I think Pat McAfee, considering what he's given and if the reports are correct, which he's given absolutely nothing to go off, is doing really well because honestly, if he's doing a promo and he's doing it apparently from scratch and he isn't a wrestler technically, and he is doing better than probably some of your stars in the past have done, I give him that credit as well. But here's another piece that we're forgetting too. Is them being involved in angles because remember, we have Jelly Roll have a beatdown angle multiple times. We have Pat McAfee, is getting physical. We're having IShowSpeed getting crazy physical. You're also opening yourself to a liability where these untrained celebrities that are I shouldn't say untrained or minimally trained celebrities could get seriously injured because you're exposing that risk to them so often. Now I get it. Anytime you come out to the ring, get physical, it is a risk. But when you're doing it multiple times throughout the show, possibly, well, multiple times on the show, possibly, because the beat down angle, I'm pretty sure he just probably laid down for Randy Orton in the back. I don't think Randy Orton actually beat him up. That wasn't on camera. But um, but if you're having them come out there, and even a simple, entrance to the ring can get someone injured. I mean, we've seen what happened with Nikki Bella, where she, she misstepped and her ankle is injured. Having them come out multiple times, whether it be backstage, or in the ring, having them get physical, having them have matches because we've seen people like Jelly Roll in matches. We see, of course, IShowSpeed get physical. It's a liability. It's a liability that they are now taking by having these celebrities come out multiple times and doing multiple different things. Now, one could say, hey, maybe it's because, that they're not using the performance center to have them train and train and train for weeks to be up to a big match. Maybe that's why they're giving them practice. But I mean, but you're not doing it in a controlled setting like a performance center. Like if something was to happen, we're all going to see it, live. It's not a controlled environment. We're live. That going to SmackDown, going to Raw, that is your show. That's not your practice. That is your show. So it's also a big risk that they're taking by having these celebrities, get involved so much and multiple times. I mean, that's also how I feel, about it as well. And we saw that last year where the celebrity didn't get hurt, but a star did. Of course, Travis Scott and Cody Rhodes, where they had them kind of go out there, told them, hey, go ahead and hit him as hard as you can. Didn't think much of it. And Cody got seriously injured, just from that. I mean, it was a liability. And of course, we know things kind of went south between Travis Scott and WWE. We don't really know why, but it was reported that, things went left and that Travis was done with WWE and they were done with him. But the whole idea, but the end goal was for him to have a match or, was to get involved in a match in a more elaborate way or really to have a match is what the end goal for him being there was the end goal. So, I mean, there's also that piece too. Now, granted, we might not even see any of these celebrities anymore after WrestleMania, but now TKO WWE has to now come up with ways to somehow write off all these celebrities off TV now after WrestleMania. So there's also that too. So now they gotta find a way to write all these people off now. So you're gonna have they're probably gonna have them all written off all at WrestleMania or all on a show on that week right after WrestleMania. So you're gonna see Ice Speed probably is gonna get cussed, probably gonna get cursed by Danhausen, and he's disappearing forever. You're probably gonna have Pat McAfee likely probably gonna turn on Randy Orton, and then there's a beat down really bad by Randy Orton, and then he's written off. You probably have Jelly Roll probably get uh beat down by someone anyway. I don't know which one's gonna be at this point. Man, I assume by Randy as well, maybe. That. Uh, yeah. Uh, it's going to be absolute chaos. So with that being said, we're talking about WrestleMania, Bill, but we're not talking about the elephant in the room, and that is the Raw and SmackDown after WrestleMania, which of course is also historically supposed to be some of your biggest shows. Your biggest shows are now going to be taken over by what? Celebrities once again, because now we have to write them off.
Well, that gets us to our next topic, Final Boss. Will Jelly Roll be in Cody Rhodes' corner at WrestleMania 42? Because we have sat here and said we
Oh
covered
my
the
God.
celebrity thing. We talked about. I mean, it's just the truth. Honestly, I mean, are they building this story for him to be in Cody's corner? Because I mean, Randy has Pat McAfee.
Yes.
What are we doing? You
Yeah,
think that?
because remember we remember the angle we got yesterday where it was a beat down by Randy Orton on him.
Yeah, yeah. Um, it'll be really interesting to see. I think they will have him there because,
No, it
like you
won't.
said,
No, it won't. But it won't though. It won't be interesting to see at all. No. I mean, that's are you saying that out of muscle memory? No, it's not at all.
oh Lord, no. But I feel like you're right. They could have him in this corner to have him get ridden off, and this is the way you can get him ridden off. I do agree with you on that, Final Boss. That's
Yeah.
probably 100% a way they will go into this whole thing of
Hmm.
WrestleMania. But next, not least, we had AJ Lee was going to be ready to do an interview with Michael Cole, but comes
Oh,
in,
God.
comes in Becky Lynch now, and you and me, I think we both had the same feeling about this whole promo thing. Becky came and sat there and told AJ about how she left the business for 10 years and things like that. And Becky says, I carried it on my back and, did all these things. I left for only, 9 months to a year because she did have a child, but she came back on top and still carried the business. And then basically AJ Lee kind of, which me and you both agreed, make this weird like comment and promo was like the fans were still cheering her on. After 10 years since she left the business, and when she tucks her daughter in at night,
Yeah,
asks her who's her favorite wrestler is. I'm like,
she actually said that she was gone for 10 years and that
mm,
Becky couldn't carry the
mm,
company because she said she was gone for 10 years and they still kept calling.
yeah, yeah,
WWE
yep,
was still calling.
yeah. I just felt like it was a weird promo, Final Boss. Um, is it a match where we feel like they have both done what they need to done? We've got this match too many times. It has to be the last time. I'm thinking AJ will win here and we'll move on to someone else. Who I don't know. Maybe they'll put it back on Becky. Who knows? We don't know how AJ Lee's schedule is. But I think AJ wins here and we move on to someone else. Final Boss. Do you got any
Mhm.
thoughts about this segment that we
I
had on Monday?
do. I do. I thought Becky's short interaction with Michael Cole was really good. I like that. Michael Cole actually got up and said, I don't have to do this. I'm gonna deal with this. Good luck, AJ Lee, and left. I did like that. Um, and I saw somebody put it on the timeline. You have Becky kind of cut this, not Becky, AJ Lee kind of cut this weird promo where she's like saying it in like a weird, like tone of voices, and she goes like, and it just kind of comes off as cringy. Similar to how I guess a good example of that would be Pat McAfee. And I want to get in, and I forgot to get into my theories on that too. I got so worked up. I guess I'll say that for the last part of the show. I think that's yeah, but similar how Pat McAfee would kind of like stop to get wild up. Similar kind of how Jay Uso kind of had this weird like taunt when he goes, he kind of like stops and do this weird thing with his head. It's kind of what AJ Lee does, but kind of with her voice that back in the day it really fit her because it came off as her being this crazy crazy the superpower mode, but now it just comes off as this kind of a cringe. She did say that weird line where, she is her favorite line, she's your favorite superstar's favorite superstar. And she's talked about how, yes, when Becky tucks in her door at night, she's just her favorite superstar. I'm like, I mean, I get what Miami said. Well, Harry, that was something that Becky Lynch had said in kayfabe before. Maybe kayfabe, maybe not kayfabe. Well, she had said it before. I was like, well, it's also kind of odd because how old is Becky's daughter? Because Becky's daughter wasn't even alive back when AJ Lee was still active. So there's no way in hell that
she's about,
yeah.
what, 4 or 5 now, I think.
Yeah,
probably.
yeah. AJ Lee been gone for like 11 years. So
Exactly.
she wasn't even alive when she was active. And now one can say, hey, well, a lot of people weren't alive when a lot of greats were at their best, like Ric Flair and things like that, or even the early days of like Rock and Stone Cold, depending on how old you actually are. Um, which is fair. But those names are legends, right? Like a lot of people may not even have been around back when the Tori Wilsons or the Stacy Keeblers or or your Jacquelines or your what's the name of the other girl?
Michelle
Ivory.
McCool. Oh, okay.
No, not her.
Oh,
No,
I know.
that's actually the opposite. But the Ivories, the Lita, the Trish Stratuses, of the world, the Tori Wilsons, your leaders.
Mm-hmm.
Those names,
Sable. Say
are
Sable.
stable, maybe even Sunny.
Sonny? Okay,
But
you can
yeah,
throw Sonny in there.
yeah,
You can throw
yeah. You
Sonny
see
in
me
there.
going back
Yeah,
old school,
yeah,
but and
Sonny. You
we
can throw Sonny in
we
there.
may not have and people may have not even been alive or even old enough to understand wrestling back when those people were active, or they simply weren't wrestling fans during those years. But because their
Mm-hmm.
names have been listed as really to be legends, some of them are Hall of Famers,
Yeah.
people actually go back to watch those clips of those matches and read up on those wrestlers. When
Mm-hmm.
you talk about people like Michelle McCool's, which we all know who she is, but we really know who she is because of what she does, because who she's married to. Like, let's be honest. Same thing with AJ Lee,
Well,
where
do you say that about Maurice?
yeah,
What about who Maurice is married to?
yeah, the Miz, but I didn't know
Exactly.
Maurice because hers a little bit different because they had the famous Miz and Mrs. So I think that gave her a lot of
Okay.
exposure to.
So, well, I think, well,
But
see, well, that's kind of because, okay, well, it's because of who she's married to, because
yeah,
Miz was in that
because of
one.
the series. I mean, she was champion though.
Yeah. I remember you told me that. Yeah.
But yep. I was a big fan of her. But when you start talking about people like that, and AJ Lee is this conversation, not saying that she's not good because that's not true. I think I liked her gimmick. I liked her look back then. I liked seeing her come out and skip to the ring. My favorite thing out of all favorite things is when she got on one knee and opposed to John Cena. Still my favorite thing that she
Man.
did.
Well,
But
hell, what about the time she jumped into goddamn Daniel Bryan's fucking arms?
well,
Everybody forget about that?
yeah, we kind of did.
Yeah.
But
That was she was doing that
um,
lunatic run.
yeah, but yeah. So, but when it comes to stuff like that, like shit, her name is not. Hey, this is I'm just gonna be real here. Her name is not synonymous with the word legend, legendary. Like she doesn't come up in those conversations. Again, not saying she's not good, but she doesn't go down as like one of the greats because she wasn't there long. She came in as a rookie, and she did get a damn of a good push, but she doesn't have she's not in that legendary picture on her own as far as like her work that she did when she was there. She did a lot. Now, granted, she did do a lot. when she was there, Divas champion and everything like that. But she doesn't come up in those names of like the greats, right? Like I already named the greats for you that most people have heard them names, and most likely have seen their matches and seen, their segments and things like that. I would even say even Kelly might be also kind of in that conversation as well. Um, but she's not the type of, and I'm saying this to lead to, she doesn't have the kind of association behind her name that a young person will actually go back to know who she is and watch her matches. So that's why I kind of find it kind of hard to believe that Becky's daughter knows who she is. Now, granted, she probably knows who she is now because she had a famous fight with her mom. Her mom had just returned back to in-ring action, and had this feud really shortly after she returned because she returned at Mania. But Becky returned to last year's Mania, so she's been back for a year now. Um, but yeah, it just kind of comes off as not real just because me going in really knowing that, like, it doesn't make a promo to be strong. Now, if there was someone coming from a different type of legend and she was to say that, that would be a real sting. Shouts out to Sting. But a real sting, of a line for that promo. Um, and as far as her, which she should be, but regarding herself up as being this great figure, which again, I do like her, you know, let's be honest. And this is a misstep that WWE could have really did with a promo with Becky. Or were they knocking and calling on your door because you were so great, or was it because you were married, you're married to CM Punk, and CM Punk was so high demand because he had walked away. I mean, because really it's because of that. A lot of people really know who AJ Lee is because who she's married to, and the whole thing of Punk happened with him going on Coca Cabana and all stuff that transpired around that. A lot of people know, just like how, and you brought her up, Michelle McCool. A lot of people don't remember Michelle McCool for being what? Part of the Diva Search, also did tag team with Layla, who's also part of the Diva Search. Hey, I was a big Diva Search girly. I loved it growing up. I wanted to be on it, but I was too young. Um, and being part of that famous group, Lay Cool. Um, and she did get a lot of TV time, but a lot of TV time kind of came after she was, with Undertaker. And a lot of people really have known her for being Undertaker's wife and kind of doing things in wrestling. A lot of people forget, her background, her being a teacher, being in a diva search, and et cetera, yada, 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 yada. Um, and as we know with kind of AJ Lee, you had good old John Laurinaitis, and we know how he wasn't her biggest fan. I'm not gonna say, much about it, but he wasn't the biggest fan of AJ Lee. He didn't really feel like she had, you know, what she needed to be a big star. Now, granted, what you needed to be a big star back then is not the same thing you need now. Think about that as you want to think about, read between those lines there. But yeah. So because of that, her line didn't come up as powerful just because of that background. I did like that they had this recorded interaction between them two. Like I said, I really like Becky's work here. I thought she came off as pretty good. I think Becky is starting to, for me, I'm starting to see a big growth in these Becky promos now. For me, I'm not even a Becky fan. So for me, I'm starting to see that that's good. I would assume AJ Lee is going to be on this Monday because hell, it's the last Monday before WrestleMania. Now the question is, did this whole recorded promo get me more excited for WrestleMania? But to see the match at WrestleMania, no. I don't think I'm more into it than what I was before this promo, which that's the whole idea of having said interaction and having said promo. Um I would like to see AJ Lee actually lose the title to Becky Lynch because I wish she can do other things now. Because if she wins it now, I feel like, you know, I guess they'll move on from the Becky feud and they'll put her with someone else to feud with. But with how she's being booked, whether it's a her thing because she's not available, or it's a WWE thing where they don't want to use them, because we know now that it's not always the stars saying, we don't, we're not available. It's also WWE slash TKO saying we don't need you, because we heard that from the Bella twins where Nikki Bella thought she was gonna be on every Monday, and they said we call you, when we need you. Same thing with John Cena, where he wanted to do over 200 dates reportedly, and they want to perform like 60 dates, which is not even half of that. But I feel like, if she retains this title, it kind of derails, what else she can do. I would like to see her go for other titles, on the roster. Maybe go for the actual women's title. Maybe kind of switch over, and go for the United States Championship. Maybe even get a tag team championship. I think that would be helpful for her because she came in as part of the Divas era. That would be a nice way to really kind of help her get to being that Grand Slam champion, or at least get a chance to actually hold each of those titles that didn't exist back when she was active. So I think for us to do that, she has to kind of drop this, to go ahead and to lose at WrestleMania. Um, which would be a bummer for her because it's the first WrestleMania in like 10 years. And for her taking that loss would kind of be like a big oof. But I mean, I think that's the way we get to it. Now, of course, we can do the good old, well, she retains at WrestleMania and then loses at Raw. We can always do that.
Yeah.
We can always kind of do that.
They do that, then I really think Vince back then, because that's old school Vince booking right there, 101. He used to love doing that. Then you go
Yeah.
get a champion, boom. Monday come, it's a whole brand new champion. You're like, what the world is going
Well,
on?
well, well, Becky was one of those good things from it, because as we know, Becky returned at WrestleMania with her daughter as a baby face, doing the press conferences and everything, and then next week and then the next day on Raw turned. So, I mean, so there is some good stuff in there, but I would say that's a good way around it. Have a retain at WrestleMania, losing on Monday.
They could find a boss. We'll see. Um,
Mhm.
let's get to the next topic. I knew you said you didn't know about this, but we are getting a match between Austin Theory, Logan Paul, IShowSpeed versus LA Knight and the Usos for WrestleMania Final Boss. Um, this is part of one of the things we talked about a couple minutes ago about celebrities. This is a celebrity that will be in a match at WrestleMania. This is not for the tag team titles. This is just a regular match because IShowSpeed, according to the story, IShowSpeed was the one that caused the Usos the title anyway. And this is the reason why we probably maybe got one of these stories now. They did. I know
Yeah,
you probably don't watch
yeah.
things on X.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
apparently the whole story is he mistakenly cost the Usos the
Mm-hmm.
championship.
Mm-hmm.
So now the Vision is saying no one likes you. Everyone's outdone it for you. So you gotta be with us because we're the only ones who like you.
Yeah, and basically, I don't know if you've seen it. They did do a little segment where LA Knight came to IShowSpeed's house. He was live streaming and did this whole thing where he beat up IShowSpeed. And IShowSpeed, hey, he did sell it because he had a interview later on that day where he had like a little neck brace and a sling on and stuff, and was really selling the little attack on LA Knight. Shouts out to him because I mean, hell, you don't get many celebrities that does that. So hey, shouts out for them trying to keep kayfabe. But it's not a match that I would think that the Usos was going to be in. I think we had a whole opinion about the tag team division, which maybe some I think more of the SmackDown titles maybe they'll move away from them and they'll probably start mixing the Raw and SmackDown tag team division up, mix them up together to try to get some fuel. That's one thing I'll definitely do. Get rid of one of these men's titles. I thought I'd never come to the day to saying that, but because I knew I was a big advocate of not getting rid of the women's tag team titles, which I'm liking what they're doing for the women's tag team division right now, but they got to get rid of one of these tag team titles because one, it seems like they don't have that many tag teams no more. We don't know where's the Alpha Academy at. I don't know where the Street Profits are at. Who I don't know what Otis and Tozawa is at because remember they was a tag team. We got Damon Priest and Truth as a tag team, which is probably one of the weirdest tag teams you could think of off the top of your head. But they need to do something to get rid of one of these tag team titles, and this is maybe one of the reasons why. I'm not. It'd probably be a pretty fun match. You might have Speed do pretty much a couple of spots here because he does those kind of wicked, crazy things on his Twitch. So we'll see where this feud is going to go. Final Boss, are you interested in this fight or not? What's your thoughts about this 6-man tag match that we'll be having on WrestleMania? I guess Final Boss is not there, so we'll move on to the next thing because I guess she's not there. Maybe she'll be back and we'll go back to her. But let's go on. Let's move on to the next topic. The next topic will be Paul Heyman owes Gunther a favor. It's not actually a favor. We kind of basically got Steph come out to the ring and made a promo about the Vision, saying that Breaker was hurt, Breeze was hurt, but he still is going to go after the Vision, which is Logan Paul and Austin Theory. And he said at his surprise, he surprised that Gunther seems like he had aligned himself with Paul Heyman. He said, I don't know what kind of deal y'all made or what's going on, but we're going to have this match at WrestleMania and I'm going to take you down too. And Paul came out for a minute and they was doing, great mic work on the mic. And out of nowhere, Gunther came back out again and attacked Seth. Choked him out, left him laying. And next thing you know, we get another segment where Paul comes up to Gunther, thanking Gunther, saying, I don't know why you helped me, but I would like to thank you for helping me. And Gunther stopped him and said, basically, hey, I helped you because I wanted to do this, but you owe me. You owe me. And he didn't really say what he owed him. He said, hey, you're going to owe me. He said, you just think thank you is more than enough. That's not it. You owe me. Now, I don't know if this, I know some people are saying that this could be a way they could get to Brock and Gunther. I mean, I didn't think they was going to do it like this because they could have just set up the match to set it up. But if they was going to go it this way, I would like there to be a title match. But I guess we are going to get Gunther to retire Brock Lesnar, which would kind of be maybe weird because maybe somewhere down the line, Gunther may attack Paul. They might do that angle again. And this is why we get the match between Gunther and Brock Lesnar. I think that whatever's going to happen, Paul's going to give it to him, and it's not going to go right. And Gunther's going to blame Paul, and maybe Paul will get attacked by Gunther, and that's how we get to the match there. I don't think the favor, that's what I'm calling it, because it seems like that's what he owes him, would lead to just straight to a match. I think it's going to go another direction, and that's how we get to this. That's how you maybe get to Gunther and Brock. Probably will be for SummerSlam because we know, as being reported, far as we know, that could be Brock's last time we see him and retiring, which is still crazy because I think it's something that most of us are not thinking about right now. I think we won't think about it until it gets closer there. Brock, the character, I mean, we know has done some great things in the ring, but we know his history with other things outside the ring. But I mean, hey, he's that guy.
Yeah,
He's that cat. So.
I'm here. I heard you, and no, I am not. I'm back. I am not
Okay.
excited for this tag team match uh, combo that they're doing over here. I'm not surprised. You know, WWE is a big fan, especially during PLEs, to have multi-man matches. I mean, we're seeing it also
Mhm.
on the other side of things with Penta's match. You know, as we know, as we recently have found out that Rey Mysterio is going to be in the match. Um,
Yeah.
and I do want to kind of talk about this. I'm surprised this Paul Heyman owns Gunther a favor actually on the list because I don't even think people are even into that part of the story at this point. I don't think no one gives a damn about Gunther versus Seth because it's really a filler match. I don't think there even are people are even interested in even the idea of a Gunther and Heyman thing. I think people are just really more into just seeing the match between Brock and Oba. I don't think they care about the sideline stuff
Yeah.
with Heyman and Gunther. Um,
Yep.
but there is a topic that I did want to say because of multi-man match, which I really wanted to kind of just quickly, and it's not going to be a long conversation because we still got a couple more things I just want to breeze through. But I also did want to talk about the Finn Balor stuff. But I don't know where else you were going, so I'll let you go ahead and kind of lead with that,
No, no,
whichever
go ahead.
wherever else you were.
I was just
Oh,
no, I was just making a comment about Gunther. You can go ahead because that was actually our
yeah.
last topic about for Raw, and we'll get to the last couple of things about
Oh,
SmackDown.
okay.
But go ahead about Finn.
But yeah, I did want to talk about the Finn and Dom stuff. We saw Finn who had this pre-recorded vignette and talked about seeing a different side of him. We did see it's official. It's on the poster. It'll be Demon Valor ver- versus Dominic Mysterio, and we know how much Miami loves the Demon Balor. I mean, it's one of his
I knew you
favorite.
gonna say it. I knew something.
It's
I
one of
knew
his
something.
favorite things. I mean, and as we know, the Demon Balor was undefeated. We know the last time, and I think this is
You
correct. The last
don't you
time
say
we
it. Don't you say it.
the last
Don't you
time we
say it.
saw him was when he faced Roman Reigns, and the only
Tribal Chief
reason
Roman Reigns.
why
Make sure you say that.
Tribal
Tribal Chief
Chief
Roman
Roman
Reigns.
Reigns, and the only reason why Finn Balor lost is cause God beat him. God helped
Oh
Roman
my
win.
God.
So so I mean we can only imagine what can happen between the Demon Balor and Dominic Mysterio. There's a high chance that Finn is going to win. It's going to be a pretty good thing. Now, if people are into the match, hell no. But we want to
Well,
see. We want to see Finn Balor come out as a demon, though. Maybe that's what we want to see. That's what we want to
well,
see.
one or two things, and I'm glad you add this to the
Hmm.
docket. Um, yes, we do want to
Oh,
see Finn.
on
We
the
do want to see
docket. So
Finn.
we're in court now. Oh
Yes.
Lord.
Yeah.
Uh,
I pulled out all terms. There you go. I know the terms. Hey. Anyway, um, I feel like this is good for Finn. This is where you take. This is one of your turns that you have to do where you want to make something new. This is a new start for Finn. This is something that WWE can use after Mania. You have to book him right. You have to get him started, get him back hot again, because we know how hot Finn used to be. He was the first Universal Champion, but we all know what happened with that. I think this is a way you get him back on that path, and you build that story to make him be the star that people believe in. I think fans do love the Demon, and I think that you can make this character be one of your. I mean, if you want him to be that babyface, because WWE does need that. They do need the baby faces. They need the crowd to cheer someone, and this could be that guy. I think this is one of the people that you need to start it off with. They have to do this right. I think Finn does win here because we did go into theories that Dominic will get so upset and he will take out Rey Mysterio because of his comments he said, and he will enter into the ladder match. And that's good because that doesn't have me worried that Rey doesn't have to do this full ladder match because he's been very injury prone lately. I mean, I have great respect for Rey Mysterio. He's a legend. I've been following his career since WCW when he wasn't wearing a mask. Hey, so that tells you my age. Yeah. So I think that's the direction they can go, and this is one of the people they can start off with, Final Boss, and it has to be the Demon Finn Balor. He was one of your top stars at one time, and this is how you turn some of these guys around. You got to make some new stars, get some new faces going to the crowd. It's just the one thing they have to do is it's a decent match and still beat them. That's cool. And then you get that person that we haven't seen in a while, at least on TV. But yeah, I mean that's something that I do feel like they could do. Starting off with Finn Balor, Final Boss.
Yeah, like I say, I don't think people are excited to
But
see the match. I
speaking
think
of
we're just excited to see Finn Balor come out.
debuts, we will talk about it because we talked about this last week, and hey, I guess WWE heard us. Um, Danhausen made his in-ring debut on SmackDown, Final Boss. Probably
Hmm.
wasn't one of the best matches we seen. We seen him do the whole "you are cursed" thing with Kit Wilson was on the ring apron and the firework little thing went off and knocked him off the ring, and then he did a little splash, little move, and then it was 1, 2, 3. The crowd popped though. The crowd popped. You heard the crowd. All in
Hmm.
sequence say with him, "You are cursed" when he said he was cursed. In the thing, and from what I'm hearing, and then shouts out to Busted Open to Mark Henry that said, "Hey, this is one of your top number one sellers. He's outselling the Roman Reigns, the CM Punks, the Cody Rhodes, any top star. This is your number one top merch seller." And he
Which is
actually had a
insane,
match
by the way.
yesterday.
Which is
Yeah,
insane, absolutely
insane.
insane.
It's insane. But hey, you told me that he's I think he was the first one to outsell everyone at Wrestle World. He
Yeah,
actually had a match.
he's one of the few that has. Yeah,
Yeah,
and remember,
he
he also has the highest merch sales. So
yeah. So and he actually had a match yesterday. Like I say, probably wasn't one of the best matches, but I think the safest people that they have him do it with was Kit Wilson because him and Kit Wilson have been doing work behind the scenes. And I mean, hey, shouts out to Kit. Kit has made Jelly Roll look good, and he's made Danhausen look similarly. Try to look decent
yeah,
as he can. It wasn't like a poor stink match, but it wasn't what we thought it was going to be. But like I say, hey, at least the guy had a match. I feel like we might see a little bit more of this going along. Have him not go against a few mid carders. Don't have them going against no stars. Have them go against some mid carders. Get some people that we haven't seen in the ring. If you want to do some more of this and do the "your curse" thing to the crowd, it's not into it no more. Your thoughts about Danhausen debuting yesterday, Final Boss? Do you have any thoughts about it?
yeah. I think you hit it right on the head. We finally got a debut of Danhausen. Um, and it was exactly what we expected. Not the best in ring work, very slow, came off super freaking amateur. But one thing he did do well is that he worked in his gimmick directly into the match. We got the UR curse and all the little points and the stops and the stairs, and we got all that. Crowd absolutely freaking loved it. And we have to also remember, hey, this is not shout out to this here soda. Um, Go ahead. Hold on. Just know how to go ahead and do that whole gobble it down like people be doing. Um,
Mm.
but but hey, knock them back, boom, knock them back, boom. But uh,
Man, only on
uh,
DWE radio, man.
uh, Hey, sometimes you gotta knock back them soul how you knock back the killers, man. Hey, but whatever. But but what I was gonna say. Oh yes, but
Man, boy.
but hey. Sometimes you gotta eat that bologna sandwich, man. But anyway, um,
Hey
sometimes you
man,
want that
hey man,
turkey,
look,
you
hey
want
man,
that club, you gotta get that bologna,
hey
man.
man. When you was a kid, you went on them little school trips, and they gave you them bologna
hmm
sandwiches because you just had
Don't
enough to
yep,
pay for
the
the
free
trip.
lunch.
Hey
Yeah, you
man, you
remember
ate
that when your
it.
mom and pack your lunch, they
Hey
could get a
man, you
little
ate
white bag.
it, man.
Hmm
Hey man, you ate it. So it is what it is. That was look.
Yeah,
That's not the cut road, Dad. You talking about some got hard time? That was hard time. So hey, it is what it
man.
is.
Hey. But yeah, but yeah, how I remember growing up, let's say you didn't have your pack of lunch provided, they get a little white bag, bologna sandwich. Sometimes you're lucky, you get a turkey sandwich, cheese sandwich maybe, you get an apple with a milk, man. That back in the day, man. But and yeah, nowadays, what the kids do is that, hey, if you don't pay that little lunch fee, depending on where you're at, what district you're in, they'll give your son or daughter 2 days of PB&Js. After that, they
Yep,
don't get nothing
yep.
until you pay.
Hey, them bad boys just be here while y'all playing. Stop
Oh
playing.
my God.
Y'all stop.
Nigga,
Hey man,
I
y'all
hate
playing,
PB&J
man.
sandwich, man.
See, I'm older than
Yeah.
you. P and J,
Oh my
they smushed together. Man, y'all playing, man. Stop playing.
man.
Y'all
Hey.
spoiled. You
Hey,
spoiled.
hey,
Stop
nah,
being
that's only
spoiled,
man,
man.
that's only because you got that story like Jacob got in that box, man. That's a little different, man.
Eh,
Stop.
Sometimes
But
it is
anyway.
what it is, man. Sometimes it is what it is. And that's another thing too. WWE, why y'all keep bringing up
We
people
gonna get there.
past?
We gonna
You
get
don't
there.
care the
Hold
person
on now.
with
Hold on,
you gonna
Miami.
do
I ain't done
Jacob
with
Blossom and
Danhausen,
all
man.
these
Wait a
people
minute
lost so
now.
who cares what care?
I lost Miami, man. Miami done got first. But yes, better Danhausen. We're gonna get that Jacob stuff in a minute, man. I know Miami frustrated.
I'm
But yeah,
pissing y'all.
but the last post I want to say about Danhausen is that it wasn't the best in the ring. Like Miami said, absolutely speaking now, it was slow, it was amateur, but he did integrate his whole gimmick into it, and we have to understand that we can't always look at a WWE superstar, even a wrestler in general, as just, hey, they're supposed to be able to cut great promos, and hey, they're supposed to be absolutely, the best in the ring. Sometimes people, they lack some of that. Sometimes people lack in ring work, or people lack promo work. People love to say that John Cena can't wrestle, but was good on the mic. Had a great charisma to him. Some would consider the same thing about about The Rock. Some even say that about Roman. He has more of an aura, less about the in ring stuff. So that's all up to opinions. But that's not. But you don't have to have all four
Mhm.
corners, of the ring. You don't have to have all four corners to be a mega star. And I think when in the case of Danhausen, we have to look at it as one of those. Like, hey, he may not be the best in the ring. Uh, probably can't cut a promo, but he has a gimmick that is unique. Um, and that does work for WWE. I mean, he done it in the Indies, and it kind of didn't do too much over there. But I think he's in a good environment now. I think he's being booked really well. And I think this is working. I think if you look at Danhausen with those eyes, I think you would look at him as being a very very big part of WWE. I mean, hell, the guy is on both brands, selling out. Um, and he's only been here since Chamber. Um,
Mhm.
so with that being said, I mean, hey, I like Danhausen. I'm a big fan of his face paint, to be honest with you. Um, but we also got with Danhausen, the other piece with the Danhausen is we did get um the R Truth showing us how to access WrestleMania. Um, through ESPN, had a little ESPN makeshift lemonade looking sign. Um, and Danhausen shows up, and then we had that back and forth banter with Danhausen. And Damon Priest and R-Truth, where R-Truth denied everything that he did say. He kind of blamed it all on what he did. He blamed it all on Damian Priest about confusing her with Oscar and all these different things. It was actually very funny. And with him doing that, we now know because Danhausen disappeared and Damian Priest didn't get a chance to explain himself that he's probably going to be cut. He's probably going to be cursed now.
Well,
So
I don't think so. I think the reason why Danhausen is not cursing Priest because he likes Truth. You know, him and Truth. They finally had them both
but
on the
but isn't part of his
together.
bit like
He actually
like when
called
he
him Danhausen.
disappears?
I thought he was going to do it with something else. So hey, it's great that Truth did that. It was very funny. They did this with Truth. I did like that part. I like the part where he said when Rhea threw B-Fab into the, I think it was the wall or probably I think lockers or whatever it was, and he was like, "Well, I guess he does. She doesn't want her to be in the Judgment Day." That was pretty funny, but yeah, it was a great little bit, and it was a great way to market it, how to get on stream. I know they're doing the 1 hour thing. I guess they're still doing that on YouTube. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah, yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah.
I
They're
heard it
still
was
doing
was
the.
that okay?
Well,
They're still
her,
doing it.
I
Okay,
believe I believe it's free the first hour on
okay.
ESPN apparently, and we also found out they're bringing back the Andre the Great Battle Royal, and we're getting NXT versus the YS6 as part of that 1 hour.
Yeah. But
So we found all that out.
yeah, we'll see how it goes. Speaking of debuts, we got another debut. It was ROYCE KEYS. He actually debuted yesterday. I love his music. I love the promo video they did for him. Kudos on WWE because from what you made me understand that he debuted right down the road from where he grew up at. Um, the crowd really didn't react to him too much because I guess they're still have to warm up to him. Final boss. I think they're going to have to do a lot of character work with ROYCE KEYS, but I did like right away. Solo came up to him and said, "Hey, if you need anything, let me know." Da da da. I do like they already are kind of making him be into a story right fast and right quick, so that gives me a little hope that they got some kind of direction going for him, and I'm very interested on seeing where he's going to go. Great match he did. One of the matches against one of the LWO guys that I didn't even know they still worked there, but I guess they've been down in AA for so long. I forgot they were still there. That's one of the tag teams that they should have in this mix of tag team. But that shows you that the tag team division is so lackluster that they got to definitely do something about it soon, or just get rid of one of the titles. But do you have any thoughts about ROYCE KEYS debuting yesterday, Final Boss?
Yeah, before they had the little nice vignette, I had a question why we were debuting Royce Keys right before WrestleMania, knowing that it's right before WrestleMania and that he definitely was probably not going to have a match because they already announced the card on Tuesday. So I was like, what's the whole point of that? Why not wait until after WrestleMania when they have when they usually have some call ups and some debuts? But now, and then I saw them, show the pictures of him and his family and show and talk about how he's from like a bad part of town and he had a rough upbringing. I'm in my first, I'm like, I'm rolling my eyes because it gives me the whole typical stigma of them putting down, a person of color's, background because they're from, you know, a rough part of town and this is now his chance and et cetera, et cetera. But then it made sense. I kind of threw all that out the window. My fault for judgment. But we found out that hey, he did grow up. I think like 20 miles, or I don't know, if it's 20 miles, 20 minutes from where they were at yesterday. So I'm like, that's why. That's why they're showing, where he's from. That's why they waited to debut him before WrestleMania because they wanted him to have that hometown edge, especially because there may be a lot of people who are just the WWE fans who has not seen his work in AEW as Powerhouse Hobbs. So it made sense. Now, like you said, that he didn't get a great reaction. Um, probably because he hasn't been on TV.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
but I think that changes now, and I'm pretty sure we're probably going to see much more of him after WrestleMania. I think starting WrestleMania is when you'll start to see them start building him, um, and to be probably probably a pretty big deal based on his size, based on his looks. Um, Especially in the fact he's going to be on SmackDown. Um, so I like this. I thought it was a great touch. I think WWE was doing this in hopes that it would give him a bigger reaction because he was so close to his hometown, and we kind of didn't get that. Um, but it also is kind of a good thing because at least now, WWE knows that hey, we got to do some more character work. That means we got to put him on TV more. Give him a story. Definitely do something with him after WrestleMania when stories kind of start all over again. Um, but yeah, that's my whole thoughts on his debut. Um, are we going to Sammy stuff next? Do you have anything else to say about Keys?
Well, do you have any comments about, like I said, what Solo came up to him and asked him about, did he need anything? Do you think that they're probably going to maybe add him to the MFT, or is he going to have some feuds with MFT? Did you have any thoughts about that?
Um,
No.
no, I feel like the idea is to pull Tonga away from MFT and Solo. Because we had that long kind of stare off, and then him look left, and we also had Tonga on some other incidences with Solo. Remember, he was the one that had said, "Get back the lantern." It sounded like Roman. Like we had these other stories, so which I think we're going a different direction when it comes to the bloodline stuff. I don't think we're going that direction at all now, but I do think the direction we are still going at least is to probably have is to have the turn for at least for Tonga. I believe that we're probably gonna have Tonga and Jacob. I feel like I feel like Keys would fit better going over there than he would going with Solo's group. I feel like that would be a more stick for him because look at his character. He's put off as being this more rough Brazilian guy who has came from a background of of being growing up in a not so great area, going through rough times. So he has made it big in WWE. He's a big guy. That kind of fits the whole. I hate saying this, and we're gonna lean right into this now. Into the whole thing with Jacob, where we know Jacob has a past of being incarcerated, which they love kind of handling on. So you're gonna have Mr. Former Incarcerated with Mr. I'm from a not so great area, and then also have Tonga, who is just kind of positioned to be the more outspoken. I'll stand up to Solo. And he also was kind of put in as like a muscle factor when he first debuted,
Mm-hmm.
with them. So it kind of makes sense for those three to be together because their characters that they're portraying is kind of in a similar round. So what's the link? The link is, and I can go ahead and say it because of where I'm from, and I know where you're from. I know some of your background is. The link kind of makes sense. We as being of a certain ethnicity, we a lot of people say, oh, the angry black woman or the hood guy, whatever. But what people feel to go ahead and say, and this is where it gets real, is because our culture is so depressed. Like we're depressed from from being slaves, and we're depressed from being part of segregation after being freed from slaves, and that kind of transition into the next generations because we're so impressed. While the other side, they have a different mindset because for years their ancestors did what they controlled everything. So they go that privilege. So that's all where it kind of feeds into it. So when you have that and you have a background of okay, well, hey, I grew up in a not so great area. And what that means by not so great area is, hey, maybe my house or my apartment, wherever it was, wasn't in the best condition because we're living cheap, because we're so poor. We're in a bad neighborhood, which probably means there's not a lot of businesses, a lot of job opportunities. So now the jobs I have are probably mediocre. They don't pay well. So now I'm stuck where living inside a place that I can afford based on what I make. Now I'm also surrounded by where I either know somebody or maybe related to someone engaged in in criminal activity, properly. So now I'm exposed to that. That person happens to live in that house. Now I'm exposing, my house to it. And now, I somehow got coerced into being part of it because I'm tired, I'm frustrated, I'm tired of living like this. And now I get involved with this, which leads to what? Which leads to, me, you going to jail or having some type of legal issues, which leads to what? Which leads to when you're done doing legal issues, it's hard for you to find a job now because you probably can't pass a background check. Or hey, it leads to legal issues where hey, I probably can't rent because of my background. So you kind of fall back into that life, and it becomes a revolving circle. So with that being said, the reason why I'm saying all this is that it makes sense characterize if that's where they're going with this, because they love bringing up, Jacob's past. Is you have a guy who takes one part of that is being incarcerated. The other part of that will be a ROYCE KEYS, who grew up in a not so great area and saw the struggles and probably knew someone, that was like not solo, that was like Jacob, who was part, of being inside the detention system. So it kind of shows this whole rough style, I guess group, which could work in theory. I don't really like it though. I don't like them using the past, using people's troubled past to build their character. I mean, you can use it, but I mean, like, you use it wisely. Don't use it as a way to discourage. But I can see it working, and I guess the whole idea is to put them as being this really big power team that just doesn't care because they haven't been handed the best things in life. And we also have the fact that yes, ROYCE KEYS is he's a power force, but we also know that about who else? About Jacob. We know that his in ring style is also very mostly power moves, right? He does a few things, but it's mostly him being, showing the strength. So those two strong guys, yeah, it's gonna be probably a pretty good team. That's what I would think.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's go right into it. We did get a promo from Sami Zayn. He came out, he did a promo. He got one of the crowd's reaction, which I was thinking that hey, he was gonna get, because we all know that he beat Carmelo Hayes for the United States title. We know that Carmelo Hayes is temporary rehabbing of a knee. He just tweaked it a little bit. From the way he was saying yesterday, I don't think he will miss that much time, because he said whoever wins after
Hmm.
Mania, I will be seeing you then. So he must not gonna be out just for a couple weeks, which is great news, because that means right after Mania he'll be back into the United States title picture. Most likely it will probably be him and Trick, but Zammy was getting the boos and stuff. From my understanding, I was thinking that they was turning him heel because of all the stuff when he was doing with the frustration with um Cody and Jacob. I was thinking that this is the direction they wanted to go, from my understanding. But I guess WWE, from what you was telling me, was saying that they felt
Hmm.
like that people seeing Sammy as a face, but that's
Yeah.
why they put the title on him, and he didn't get that reaction, final boss. It seems like people was
Yeah.
very upset about the whole thing about him taking the title off of Carmelo Hayes. What's your thoughts about this promo, final boss, and what's your thoughts about this whole feud between Sammy and Trick Williams? Is it good? Is it bad? The whole build. Does this build up the story for you as a whole for Sami Zayn with his promo what he did yesterday?
Yeah, so first off, I know I do want to say that, hey, this was something that I wanted to put on our blueprint for DWE Radio. Miami didn't find this to be noteworthy. I'm like, no, this is actually one of the highlights of SmackDown. He's like, really? I'm like, yeah. I mean, as you can see, people are definitely talking about it. But yeah, I thought the same too. I had originally thought they were gonna turn Sammy Hill, because they were showing him kind of getting frustrated with himself about being a nice guy and not having that good opportunity. And we saw him, have all these weird crash outs backstage. But now a little bit different. I think we moved from that now, right? So here's the thing. And then you can always tie it back together. But right now I think we moved from it. Is when they took the title, United States Championship off of Carmelo Hayes. WWE did that because they believe that wrestling fans saw Sami Zayn as the biggest star. And I feel like that was actually correct. Now hold on before people get mad and say something. Because Carmelo Hayes came with a lot of oomph behind him from NXT, but then with him and Miz, he really kind of got the short end of the stick, right? Like he wasn't booked well with that. And honestly, I mean, it wasn't like people were really going, left and right for him as he was, when he was champion. But so with that being said, and a lot of people love Sami Zayn, a lot of people always thought him to be like this quirky character, loved him for many, many, many years, even though he's always kind of, been intertwined in like different storylines and not really having a good one of his own besides, of course, him and KO. Um, I think WWE was, they took the title off him purely because they thought Sammy would be the star that the fans would prefer to see have a match at WrestleMania over Carmelo Hayes. And on paper, I would say so too, just based on the bill and based on the reaction of the crowd. But what they didn't count on is that it actually backfired, blew up in their face because a lot of people, they want to see Carmelo Hayes versus Trick Williams. Seeing two recent call ups from NXT, both happen to be up and comers and African American males, married to or married or slash engaged to other superstars, to see those two actually have a good match, and giving them both that opportunity, similar to how we got, the Bianca and Sasha Banks. Remember that when they had line of WrestleMania, it was a great moment, for women. It was a great moment, especially um, for African American women. Everyone remembers that moment. So I think the fans really wanted to see that. And I don't think WWE TKO accounted for that. So when they took the title off of Carmelo Hayes, they did not expect people to actually boo Sammy, and they are. So now they're in this weird pickle, like, oh my God, we made kind of a rush to judgment here now. How can we fix it? And they try to, but unfortunately, um, Carmelo Hayes just suffered an injury. I think the idea was to have a multi-man match, and now this is where we are now. So, like Sami Zayn coming out on Friday, he came out to booze. He tried to present it like, "Hey, I know some people don't like me, and some people, love me." Basically, kind of doing the John Cena thing, and was saying, I'm talking to those who love me. I'm not talking to those who don't love me. But the thing is that when he said to those who are his fans, he didn't get no cheers. I heard mostly boos. And I think TKO is listening to that, WWE listening to that, and they're like, oh, okay, where can we go now? So now I think the idea is to really possibly have him turn heel. But I think their biggest goal right now is to get the title off him, put it on Trick Williams, and go right into Trick versus Carmelo Hayes. Now,
Hmm.
now, will Carmelo Hayes come out victorious? Shout out to Victorious. I like that show right growing up. But but will he come out to be, to beat Trick? That I don't know. I have to see how we go booking wise, but the whole idea is to have those two, have that matchup. Unfortunately, it won't be at Mania. It may be at like Backlash. I don't know what happens before it was at the Backlash. I don't know. But but I would assume that's the goal, and that's the idea. Now it sucks for Sammy because Sammy is getting a WrestleMania match where it's his feud. He's not intertwined in no one else's feud. He has he has the United States Championship when he finally gets it. Now everybody doesn't like him just because of who he took it off of. I think if he was took it off of a different competitor, the reaction would have been different because he took it off Carmelo. We're not going to get Carmelo versus Trick Williams at WrestleMania. That's why he got that bad reaction. So it's we're kind of like in a weird spot now. Will they turn him heel? They can, but I don't think the direction is gonna be all, hey, I'm tired of being a nice guy, not getting opportunities. I think it's gonna be a mixture of that and the classic, you fans never cared about me. I put my body on the line for you for so many years. I've been the nice guy doing the goofy dance for all these years. It'll be that same old, same old. And we'll get that turn out of Sami Zayn, which I'm not gonna lie, I would like to see it. Um, and I think that would be a good thing. Um, who knows if and I who knows if Trick Williams once he gets the championship if he's gonna do the open challenge thing that I don't know. Um, I think that'd be a good thing for Williams, for at least for the first couple of weeks to kind of do that and have some call ups come out there and do something because we right out the Mania. I think that would be a good idea for Trick Williams. Now, with that being said, as far as the match, am I interested in the feud? Absolutely, absolutely not. I do not care about Sammy versus Trick. I don't see the chemistry there. I don't see the bill being good there. I'm just here to see Trick Williams be Trick Williams and be Mr. Whoop That all day. Um, I also not a big fan of having Yachty out there because he's out there for 2 weeks now saying yeah and being the hype man for Trick Williams. I don't think it's needed, and I don't see why he's in his corner. Now, if they would have did something with Yachty, if they would have just waited and brought Yachty out during WrestleMania as part of like this elaborate entrance for Trick Williams, and then maybe have him take a bump and still have Trick Williams win, that I would have liked for him to be part of like a really big entrance. But this guy ain't coming out there singing or rapping or nothing. He just coming out there with regular Trick Williams music and is in the ring. And after Trick Williams says something, he's over there hyping it up, saying like yeah or something like, or trying to say some weird word to sound like yeah. That I don't like. I think that's misplaced. I think he would have been better off being part of a big entrance for Trick Williams and then having him take a bump or two and that would have been it. Why is he coming out there every single week and being the hype man? Is he gonna have a match? Nope. Okay, was he gonna help Trick Williams at WrestleMania? Probably. And then what happens to Yachty? He just goes away, or is he gonna sign a WWE contract? I mean, to me, it's just weird and it's misplaced. And I don't think nobody thought about that. They just thought, okay, want star power? Okay, people know Yachty is right. I mean, we guess who on there who fits him, the best. I guess Trick Williams, and they put him out there. You and I both know that Trick Williams was down at NXT still. They'll probably have Yachty with Jey Uso. You know that, and I know that. So. Hey, we saw it with Travis Scott. Okay, so I mean, yeah. So I don't like. I don't feel like it puts it. I don't feel like it makes me want to see the match more by having Yachty there. And I'm not really a big fan of this Trick and Sami Zayn feud. Unfortunately, it sucks for Sami because it's like okay. People like him, but it's like but now when he's about to go into WrestleMania as champ, now people because of who he beat, people don't like him no more. So I was like, oh, finally made it there. Nope, never mind, didn't make it there because now people don't like me anymore. So in that one, But I did, like I said earlier, I did want to give out one flower, some flowers out to Yachty because he did take a bump. He took that haluva kick outside the ring from Sami Zayn and sold it like it was Christmas. So that part I did like that. I don't give any more opinions about Trick with Yachty and about how you feel about if the match gonna be good.
Um, it probably a decent match between Sam and Trick. It's just um, I'm with you on the Yachty thing. Hey, he at least took a bump. It's just weird the way he's hyping him up. I have no personal opinions about Yachty because I just let's just say I have some history with knowing some things about Yachty. Um, but no, I mean we'll see where it's gonna go, but I think it's gonna still be a decent match. But
But do you think that it was a good idea to have, and I don't even mean not even just Yachty, but I mean any type of star come out there with Trick Williams and they're not having a match, just coming out every week as a hype person. I would feel like they would have been better just coming out during the WrestleMania entrance, and that'll be it.
yeah, I thought the same thing too, but I just don't know final balls. It's just like
But here we
I
go
don't know what
again.
direction they going with
Here we
that.
go again. It's not a point to have a direction. Only thing that's going to happen is you're probably going to have Yachty is probably going to help Trick Williams, you know, get the title. It's probably going to distract Sami Zayn, and it probably lead to a victory, which leaves Sami Zayn one to leave as strong, and two, you know, yeah, we'll have Trick be our champion. But my whole thing is like again WWE doesn't care about the story. They just have the whole idea of here's a celebrity, find a place to fit him in so he's on TV so we can get the casual fans. And again, once again, you're doing this doesn't make sense storyline wise, even as a mainstream wise, because it's not like they're just part of a performance. They're kind of just hanging around, for weeks on weeks in. And it's not even a star that, yeah, he is. No, I know who he is, as a rapper, but I didn't know, first of all, I didn't know he was still active. And then secondly, I don't think that people see him as being a high in demand star now, today, in 2026.
Yeah. Um, I mean, yeah, that is true. Final balls. I mean, I would have rather it happen. They could have did all that at WrestleMania, like you said, and just did that angle and been done with it. I feel like you wouldn't have to worry about. Okay, well, what we know that Yachty's not going to be with Trick after Mania. Now, what are you
Hmm.
going to do with him? I mean, basically, you're going to write him off. You wouldn't have that problem. I think you would just do this and then just um, have him show up at Mania. Maybe do like a slight little interference and then write him off. You wouldn't have that problem. So I do agree with you on that, final boss.
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
let's get. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't feel like, like his being on TV is increasing the ratings or
Yeah,
ticket sales
yeah,
either.
yeah. It's crazy. God, don't they got a lot of police out here. But
Mm.
yeah,
Hey, we just talked about the Jacob and ROYCE KEYS stuff, man. I guess you trying to add to that or what, man? You trying to shoot a
hey,
vignette?
hey man,
Yeah.
St. Louis, man, hey, man, it's wicked out here, man. Um,
Uh, yeah, but we too late. They did last week.
you know, it is what it is. But let's go ahead and get to our last topic. We're going to talk about this Jade and Rhea. Why are people not feeling that final boss? Is it because of the booking, or is it because of how Jade comes across or Rhea comes across? Coming to find out, Rhea, the reason why she's dropped so much of her muscle, she was saying that she was having a lot of back pains. That's why it seems like she has slimmered down lately. I know you said that there was a rumor going around that Jay came out and said that she was using probably steroids, so that's why they drug
Wait,
tested her.
whoa. It's wild. You gotta lead us to. No, she did not say that. there is a video. I gotta cut this in but quick because you're gonna get us. No, there is a video of her going to the gym
Yeah, it's a video
and
of her saying
she never said that she's using steroid. I wish she said she's denying using that.
yeah,
There were some fans that were saying that based on the workouts that she did in the gym because I seen that video. It's only a few seconds, so hey, what you expect to get from a few second video? But it doesn't look like the workouts that she's doing is indicative of a person that is of her stature. Because if you look at her, she is a pure specimen of a body shape, especially for a woman. But the exercises that she was doing, she was lifting up some regular freehand weights. They didn't have a massive amount of weight to them. The presses, they weren't really neat and highly controlled. She did a couple of like sit ups and did a couple of like a couple of crunches, and that was it. So it wasn't like this. It wasn't like this insane, crazy workout that one would expect someone of her stature to be showing. Now, once again, if the video was only a few seconds long, so what can you really expect? We don't know what her actual routine is, but just seeing that, it was just kind of like it looked like she was just kind of just playing in that gym. That's really what it looked like. Like she didn't break a sweat. So that's why people were saying that she has came out and denied all of the allegations, um, about that. But yeah.
Yeah. What's your feelings about this feud so far, Final Boss? Are you feeling it, not feeling it? I know you say you had comments about her whole thing with her interaction with Michin and her backstage because Rhea Ripley did attack the BFAB group, BFAB and Michin. I don't know the name of this group. I just call it JADE, BFAB, and I guess Michin. I guess that's it. They don't have a group name.
Oh,
It's
I
just
don't think they have a name yet, Miami.
yeah. So um,
But yeah,
what's
therefore
the
that's probably coming on later on and down the line. And then yeah, I noticed that now they don't really rush on getting out names now. They kind of slowball on that now.
well,
Yeah, hey, look how long it took
well,
for this nigga to get the
well,
name. It's not even a great
maybe,
name.
well,
Mhm.
maybe they got done. Don't want to give it a bad name, or it'd be they think it's good, and we come out. You know how the other WC is, man. Why you name it this? That's a bad name.
Hey,
So,
hey, 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 hey. Last time they gave someone a good name for women's group, the Pure Fission collective, y'all ain't
oh,
like
you like
that. So
that? I did not like that group.
no, I didn't like that. But that's why
Oh,
WWE
okay, okay.
they
I
thought it
thought
was a
you were
great
serious.
name.
Now, damage control. I like the damage control now.
Yeah.
Damage control was, I think, damage control. If you're saying like lately, I think they'll be probably at my top right now. Lately, now I'm not saying past, but
Hey,
lately.
hey, 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 hey. I like the Toxic Attraction was my thing. But
Okay, yeah, I like Pop's
yeah.
attraction.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yep.
But this is also another topic that Miami didn't really find to be interesting for him to talk about the whole Jay stuff. Um,
The
I,
Usos?
I no, not Jay, um,
Oh,
but
Jade. Okay.
Jay, yeah. But I thought it was noteworthy because remember, this was the main event of SmackDown yesterday. Was Io versus Jade, and we got the beat down uh by Rhea to be Fab and Simi Chin laid them out backstage. You had Rhea go up to Io Sky and said, two down, one to go. Io Sky basically said, please don't interfere, stay back here, I got it. And she goes, oh, okay, we're friends, I'll let you do it. Make sure you leave some for me because I'm gonna beat it up real good at WrestleMania. So that's what we got from it. Um, and well, we already knew that Io Scott wasn't gonna win. So the fact that we even had this match is like, we already knew, because also gonna have Rhea and Jade, right? Um, but Rhea did this beat down, lays out B Fab, lays out Me Chin, and you got Jade walking up. finding Michin on the floor. Let's see, I'll stick next to her too. A little kendo stick or something next to her, or maybe a metal pipe. I don't know.
No, it was a candlestick. You're right.
Okay,
Candlestick.
okay. Cause I heard like I saw, but I heard like metal fall to the ground. So I don't know. But anyway, she goes up to her, slowly goes up to her, and is like, "Who did this?" And you got me Chin say, "It was Rhea. It was
Who
Rhea."
sent ya? You remember that?
Oh Lord. And then he said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of her." It's not the reaction that people usually give, the stars give when someone gets beat down. Usually when someone gets beat down, they find out a friend beat down, they're looking in shock, or they're over there calling for help, and then you'll have the slow referees and stuff come over there and run to that. She didn't ask for help, she didn't seem concerned or anything. It just came off as just very callous like. And Miami said a good point. He said that's part of the character work because it's kind of her being, that bitch, and not giving a damn about anyone character wise, and her just using people around her, in this case, me, Chen, and B Fab, just to retain the title. And then once she's done with them, she's gonna turn on them, she's done with them. She's just caring about herself. I'm like, yeah, I can see them doing that because her character is her being this arrogant, you know, I'm that bitch. But for those who have seen Jay before, Jay's character has always kind of been this, especially on social media. Like I remember seeing her come on a timeline and she would have pictures of her wearing different outfits, usually bikinis because she likes showing off her physique, as she should, because she looks great. But she always would have this very uh, similar demeanor, comes off as very, high strung, cocky, arrogant character. That's always kind of been her real, her character, even in AEW, as far as I can remember. So I was like, I definitely kind of get that as that's definitely her character now. Now she was baby face for a while. Now, of course, now she is, healed now. So we did get that change in her, but I'm like, I kind of see it, but also it came off to me as like not just her being the character, it's just her. It came off to me as it just being her, where she really doesn't care for being involved with these two particular superstars right now. Uh, and we know we got this alleged stuff that happened online. Of course, and this was with Piper Nivens back when you had Jade and Rhea have that work slash shoot. So we're not quite sure if it was a work or shoot interaction on social media. And one of the things that allegedly came up was Piper Nivens had said that 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 she did that Jay was off for the holiday tour because he simply did not want to work it. And that there also was a lot of things came out about her not having the best reputation backstage, like in the ladies, well, particularly in the ladies locker room. I don't want to say backstage. I want to say more so in the ladies locker room. And so knowing that and then seeing this interaction, it kind of just feels like that was just her just being like, actually her just not really wanting to work with me Chin and B Fab. That's what I got out of it. So I'm like, I mean, but if it is just the good character work, great. But I didn't like how it came off of because I thought the whole idea was for her, to have a stable, down the line. I didn't think this was going to be like kind of a short term thing to have her retain, and then that's it.
Yeah, I thought so too, Final Boss. We'll have to see. I think it was just character work, but hey, we don't know. We'll see how this turns out. Maybe this can set up something where maybe the group turns on it later. It could be C's getting planted for later on. We don't know. Hopefully, that's something that they maybe could be doing to build a story up between her, Me Chin, and B Fab. But we'll definitely have to see Final Boss. But other than that, guys, we went 4 hours because next week, I don't know if we're going to be doing watch parties for Saturday and Sunday. So for right now, I don't think we will be doing a DWE radio definitely. So if you want to go back and listen to this, watch this. This will be available to you on YouTube. That's Talk It Up Podcast. It will be available to you on YouTube. You will see most of the episodes. But if you want to see you want to hear episode 1 through 15 and just catch up on wrestling, because we're almost done with the season 1 of DWE Radio. We'll be entering season 2 after episode 26. You can go check that out on Spotify Radio on Spotify. That's DWE Radio on Spotify. We have already episode 1 through 14 available for you on there. If you just want to go back and watch some of the shorts of us, you can catch that on YouTube. Like I say, go subscribe, go like our shorts on YouTube. That's Talk It Up Podcast on YouTube. Go follow us on our page on X, all of the company. After the Slam, EVP.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so when does season 1 end? Is that end after WrestleMania?
No, when we actually, I looked it up. It's supposed to end after episode 26. We can do it 22 or 26.
How you look it up if it's our company? What's it to look up?
Huh?
How you looking up the number? How you looking up? If what's the season in? If it's looking up for us, right? We don't want to pick the seasons, don't we?
I Googled when does the season 1 episode supposed to end, and it said 22 through 26, and we move on to season 2.
So does that mean that when you look at DWE Radio, it says we supposed to end at 22 episodes, supposed to be the next season?
Well, we can. They said, that's the
the average
the range you can end it at. So I was thinking, that would be pretty cool.
Because
I was thinking, maybe. I mean, we could do it at even number. We could do it at 30, because this might be maybe one of the longest episodes we've done so far as Talk It Up, because we passed Talk It Up episodes because we switched over to DWE Radio. We actually made it to 15, so that's an accomplishment. We're almost. I know next month will be our full year of doing just this whole DWE thing as a company. So shouts out to us for actually we're starting our year first YouTube video on YouTube, not starting the YouTube page, but first starting our actual live on YouTube. So that is coming up, and so it'll be just in time for our season finale, Final Boss. So hey, it happened right at time. So look at that. I guess we're just on time people. But so it'll fit right in, because next month supposed to be, we'll be at our year of doing our first live on YouTube. And it'll be us actually finishing up that season 1 of DWE Radio and going to season 2. I'm just saying that for people who go actually on Spotify to listen to it, because it does give you that option of labeling it season 1, season 2, season 3. So that's for people who just only go on the Spotify, Final Boss. That's not for the YouTube or nothing like that. You can't set up YouTube like that. I don't think so. I wouldn't want to make it too complicated for people like that. I just leave it where you can just go to the videos and go to the shorts, and you can just find it. If you want to search for your favorite episode, go right on ahead. That's on you. We all been screaming that the product has not been too good, and we can tell from the numbers that it hasn't been good. I don't think it's us. It's just people are not interested in product. And I think if people do ever want to catch up and they have missing out, I think they should go back and listen to some of our comments about what we've been saying about the product up to now. So that's the way they can look at it. But I'm just giving them a keynote of, if they do go to Spotify, how to look up episode 1 through 14. That's now available. Episode 15 will be available before Mania, because like I say, we won't be going live. So I say maybe that Thursday I will upload it to the Spotify for you guys. Try to get people over here. Please join us on Twitch. We need everyone to come on to Twitch so you can know if you want to find out an easy way of getting to us live and keeping us on notification without having us on X. I think Twitch is the best outlet to go find us on and follow us and keep us on notification.
No, the hell that ain't. No, the hell it ain't, because I don't ever go over there. That's a goddamn lie.
Well,
Stay right here on this here. Oh, this is Miami. Stay right
I don't.
here on this here X Live, unless
Well,
we
I
tell
don't.
y'all to go over there. Well,
That
when we
would be
have our
true because you got
PLEs,
your Android
man.
people. You got your Android people, which you didn't. I didn't know because I got a iPhone. I didn't know you could not see the lives. You got to actually go on somebody's timeline. So
Correct,
if I
correct,
tell these
correct.
young people, I tell these 254 people, 55 people to put me on notification, they're gonna be getting a lot of retweets about sports and other things like that. Now they can go put on the Talk It Up page. They can
Well,
put the
I
Talk It Up
believe
podcast
that
page
they
on
put
notification.
there is a thing for Android, and I have an Android phone, that if you are in the live and you click notifications, you will get notified on X, but we don't have it where it comes up on the top of the screen where it shows it
Mm-hmm.
like in pink, and it doesn't show us
Mm-hmm.
like the pink ring around our names. But if you do put on notifications, it will tell you when we are going live. But for you to
Yeah,
guys to go ahead and do that, you need to go right now, click on them three dots on your right side and click turn notifications on if you want to go ahead and do that.
yeah, definitely. I say do it on the Talk It Up podcast page, especially if you're wrestling fans, because that's where you'll get your wrestling information from the most. So I say go follow that page. If you're a sports fan, I say follow my page. I usually do wrestling and sports. I mix it up a little bit. But hey, definitely go put the Talk It Up podcast page on notification. Go give that a follow over there. And please always give my beautiful co-host a follow. That's Final Boss Baby, 2 B's, 1 Y, CFO. We didn't get no call-ins today. We had the number pinned to the we had the link pinned to the Talk It Up page. But anytime if you would like to hear your voice or let your voice be heard, especially after WrestleMania, I definitely think we should hear a lot of people's thoughts about how they felt about WrestleMania. The link will always be pinned to the Talk It Up page. You will see it. All you have to do is click that link. We will see you down below backstage. We'll bring you up and hear your voice. As long as you're coming here respectful and right, we'll let you into the live. If you don't get in, you probably already know why. But hey, other than that, Final Boss, thank you for always joining me. Thank you for helping me promote this. Thanks to shouts out to Greg.
Video.
Shouts out to Greg. Shouts out to our Golden Boy EVP who got a response from Cody Rhodes today. So shouts out to
Oh
him for
wow.
that. Tomorrow, CJ and after Slam will both be live. Slam will be going on at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for his interviews that he normally do. He did not come last week because of Easter, so that show will be back. And right after that, at 6 o'clock p.m., we will have no other than the EVP Sunday Scoops, leading us into WrestleMania. Yeah,
Scoops.
scoops for WrestleMania, because there will not be a scoops for Saturday and Sunday because that is WrestleMania. So you guys want to definitely catch all of these shows this week. I will definitely be doing a NFL Inside the Mind Tuesday, but Thursday, I don't know, because that's kind of WrestleMania week. So I'll see how things are. If nothing's going on, I'll definitely do one. I'll see how much information, because guess what? The week after that will be the draft week, where you guys will see me Thursday, Friday, and it will hopefully be late night Saturday because we're on late night now. But it will be a late night one. It will only be an hour of Inside the Mind. Won't be too long where I give y'all my final thoughts about the draft, because that will be the last day of the draft. And we'll look over some last little minute bets and get ready for the regular season of the NFL, because that will bleed us into going into the regular season. So hope to see y'all guys over there on Inside the Mind of NFL. Like I say, thank you, Final Boss, for all your support. Thank you guys for 258 people coming in. Thanks for I think we got a few comments. Yeah, we got a few comments. Shouts out to Stampede. I know I got to come in. I don't know why it's not up here, but it was up here. I did see him comment. Shouts out to Greg. Shouts out to Eric. And shouts out to the Golden Boy EVP for stopping by in the live. Other than that, guys, we will catch you guys the week after Mania. Probably be that Wednesday, most likely. It depends on how Final Boss feels about how Mania went. Hopefully it's not shitty because if it is, y'all won't see us until that's sad.
Hey, and then one last thing before I forget because there's no DWE radio this week. Okay, okay. One thing that me and Miami talked about, and I swear it's gonna be our last segment before we go. If you're tired, I don't care, deal with it. Delivery. You know, back in the day,
What's in the
delivery.
package?
Uh, apparently not us, right? Because back then, you know, when there was under a different regime, we, you know, when they hinted at something or they put a Easter egg, not the golden egg, but an Easter egg out there,
Oh.
it would usually lead to something. Usually, here
Mm,
towards the end, you know, we did get a lot of things dropped, like I talked about with you, like with the anonymous GM and of course the hacker. It
mm,
was kind of dropped out of nowhere,
mm,
but now we're in this point where it is being dropped like left and right, where they're hinting at things and we didn't see it. You brought it up like when you saw Maxine Dupree and Austin Theory were
mm.
backstage a long time ago. It didn't lead to anything, and it never became anything. You know,
Yep.
there was a thing today, yesterday, where I think it was Alistair Black looking at. I forgot who it was now, but I thought that's going.
Randy, he looked at Jelly Roll. He looked at
Yeah, yeah. So
there was another
I
person
don't
too
think that's. Oh,
behind.
okay, okay. Yeah. So I don't think that leads to anything either. And with that being said, we also had gotten what weeks ago we had gotten a lot of Chris Jericho references. Now there was some that came out that said, hey, that there were in talks for a couple weeks and it kind of fell through. But why would you even tease that? You know, not getting the surefire sign on that documentation. You know,
Mm,
we got so many hints, the list, the inner like the circle stuff, cause you know about his group in AEW the inner circle. We heard about things about the wrestling tree, you know, which is what is he was known as one of I guess one of his worst gimmicks in AEW, the learning tree. So they were throwing all these hints out there, and of course we got him back in AEW, so and it never worked out. Now here we are, we're throwing hints about The Rock. We doing Pat McAfee's promo, we got him, kind of doing these weird taunts, like when he turned to the crowd and said, "I'm gonna slap you from the right side to your left side," which reminds me of when The Rock said, and Miami was at this show, by the way, in Dallas.
yep.
When you're there, doubt you was. But he
Hmm.
was gonna slap the herpes off your lip. It remind me of that. And then, of course, now granted, according to Pat McAfee, we're doing 25% off because it's sponsored by Ram, and that's why he left in that Ram truck. But it was also kind of weird because, as we know, famously the last few times, especially during the whole Bloodline saga, Rock would pull up and leave what in his nice big pickup truck. And he also wore his shades, the same thing that Pat McAfee did. Then later on, we got of course, we got also the references from CM Punk during his pipe bomb promo when he referenced, The Rock. And one thing he did say, and I forgot to go ahead and mention, was he said, hey, your cousin is a Hollywood star. I mean, sorry, was a Hollywood star. He took that shot at Rock. We got Rock brought up previous week with Pat McAfee when he brought up Rock, he brought up Stone Cold. We got and Rob being brought up previously with Punk and Roman. And then the other thing we got yesterday was it was also kind of weird in all the plays where you got uh Trick Williams and both Sami Zayn kind of leaning towards that the very famous promo that Rock cut during the WWE during the WrestleMania press conference, where I don't care if you like it, you love it, you don't like it, but you're gonna respect it. Talking about the family tree, we kind of got that uh from Sammy and Trick Williams, and they were saying, "I don't care if you like it or you love it." So it was just weird things, and it's kind of like, are you guys hinting to this because you want us to believe the Rock is coming to sell tickets, which they probably are? He's not going to come. Is it a connection? Is he gonna come, or is gonna not gonna Rock is not coming? They're doing that with the idea of people will now buy tickets, and then when he doesn't come, we're all like, oh, here we go again. He's not coming. They'll say, no, 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 no. You guys read it wrong. That was just us, doing stuff because we had sponsorship with Ram trucks, and that's how we got 25% off. No, no, no. Same thing with well, we got with the Chris Jericho reference. They go, no, that's not Chris Jericho reference. That was supposed to be a Stranger Thing reference, and people that was fans of Stranger Things, they all said no, that is not a Stranger Things reference. So they have this whole thing where they love to
No.
kind of like tease things that they do not deliver on. They never deliver that package. It is stuck in package scan, and they did it last year where we really didn't think Rock was gonna come, but we had this glimmer of hope that, man, he has to come because he just had a piece in this story. Well, you had the announcer team had you hanging on by a thread at the end because boom, Travis Scott came out, and what did they say? He was sent by the final boss. We're like, okay, Rock's gonna come out at the end. Nope. So that was, this is a thing where WWE loves to go ahead and hint things that they never deliver on. And I just find it distasteful. We got all these Rock references and a whole bunch of Stone Cold references, and I doubt Stone Cold is coming. Hey, he didn't come 2 years ago because we didn't have the money to pay him. Since takeout there, and apparently he's supposed to come. I think he's supposed to come last year's Mania too. But same thing, they couldn't reach another agreement as far as financials. And The Rock, I don't know if he's gonna come back for quite some time. So I'm like, stop trying to give us false hope on things you cannot deliver on. It's either deliver on it or don't, or do not deliver on it at all, or,
Or
or, 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 or
don't bring
yeah,
it up.
or just don't do it. If you can't do it, don't do it. But no, it's another sleazy way of them hoping that, hey, we're gonna sell tickets. People are gonna believe that this person is gonna come and show up, and hey, they can't get mad at us because we never actually said they was coming. It was your fault because you guys, decide to go ahead and make assumptions. They said, but those who make assumptions, make a what out of yourself. No, not a what Stone Cold, make a what out of yourself, an ass out of yourself. So it's just, for me, it's just so frustrating, and it's so disappointing that they're still doing this.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's just the last thoughts for me is, um, like I said, they got a WWE. If you are a listener or someone that has some type of link of WWE, you gotta hit the reset button. Or you gotta make better stories. I don't know. Um, you guys gotta change a lot of stuff around. Like you was doing well with the Punk and Roman. The whole Cody and Randy thing was going pretty decent until you had Pat McAfee. And then everything, it just says Pat McAfee set everything off the rails, no matter who it is. So I think that's the main thing that we are looking at as as fans. So
deliver on your promises, man.
yeah,
Deliver. They're
yeah,
always asking for you to deliver on your promise. If you're gonna go ahead and tease something, have it actually come through, follow through. If you guys can't make it happen, then go ahead and just don't do it. There is no reason why you should have been teasing Chris Jericho before pen hit that paper. Yeah, you're running talks, but till you saw them down the line, there should have been no references up until then because you had people we were thinking he was gonna come this day, nope, that day, and then we found out, okay, he's really not gonna come. Like it's absolutely it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Could you imagine if someone actually spent money because let's say that person is not, is a casual fan or maybe was a fan that used to watch wrestling, then kind of stop and now getting back in. Now they hear all these references. They think, hey, this person's coming back. I know that person. They spend the money to actually go to the event And then they find out this person doesn't come, and then they talk to their other wrestling friends and say, no, 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 that like they've been doing that, man. They're just teasing just to get you to buy tickets. Could you imagine that person is gonna be so done with WWE, they're not gonna come back again.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, Shouts out to our poll. We put it up, guys, for you guys. You can leave a comment on the YouTube if you guys want to. This week of on WWE, was Raw good? Was SmackDown good, or was it bad? Leave your thoughts and your comments on YouTube, and we would like to hear from you guys. Other than that, Final Balls, like I said, thank you for coming by. Our first poll for DWE Radio, so we'll probably do more of these as we get along, and more upcoming episodes. Other than that, Final Balls, no last thoughts, no last things. Let's just see what we're gonna do after Mania, Final Boss. Let's see what we're gonna do after Mania. Other than that,
Radio.
yeah, we are out, and this is DWE Radio, the radio that's not on the radio, but guess what? We're on Twitch, we're on
Right.
YouTube, and we're on Spotify. We'll catch you guys
Radio.
week after next. Peace out.
Radio.
Radio.
Radio.